Okay, here we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. We have a fun show planned tonight. A lot of drama, a lot of wild stuff going on in the world. Nate is fake and gay. It's a good way to start the stream. Thank you for that. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You don't know. All right. First thing we got to do is audio. I'm trying to get this audio delay figured out. I'm trying something new. How's the audio look? Is the audio matched up with my mouth? Check. No delay. Did we finally nail it? Oh my God. 400 milliseconds, guys. 400 milliseconds. I know you guys are like, what the hell is he talking about it? That's apparently the perfect amount to get the delay correct with my good microphone. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out the milliseconds I need to get it all worked out through the internet. We did it. Thank you, chat. Thank you. All right, guys, welcome. How's everybody doing tonight, man? How's everybody doing tonight? We'll let everybody start to funnel in here. Fill the stream up before we kick it off. We're going to talk about a few things ahead of time. Obviously, what are we doing on this episode? If you're new to Tuesday nights is our, well, we do a lot of politics now, but it's our political live stream. It's the home of the political homeless here on the Valhalla VFT channel. Most of us are independents, center right, center left, maybe far left, far right, but you feel like you don't have a party that is doing anything for you. You don't have a party that cares about America first. So that's what we're here to do. We're here to bitch about everything, both sides. Also talk about some very specific things tonight. We obviously are going to cover, the MAGA world, the conservative, I don't know what you want to call it. What the hell do we even call it at this point? I can't say the Republican social media space. The conservative social media space is on fire. Everybody's attacking everybody. Even the America First podcasters are all attacking each other. It's a lot. And I'm just kind of sitting over here by myself. Nobody's attacking me. I guess kind of by proxy. But we're going to talk about all this. The Candace drama. The Nick drama. The Milo drama. The Benny drama. Tim Pool. We're going to talk a lot about Tim Pool. That guy's lost his fucking marbles, huh? Old Tim Pool. Don't know what the fuck's going on with him, but we're going to talk about that today. We also had some big super chats that came in early tonight. So sorry if I missed those. I don't know if they did stay. So let's hit these first because these came in like early in the day, 1 p.m. I don't know, Colin, if you're even here anymore, but thank you. Big $50 dono. Colin said, "Hey, Nate, can someone explain to Nick Fuentes that the Groiper Wars wasn't an actual war? Someone needs to explain to him that talking into a mic in a climate-controlled room isn't the same as getting blown up or shot at. Great show, brother." Yeah, a lot of gonna itch my nose. Sorry, I don't want it to look like I'm picking my nose, but get a nose hair up here. Yeah, we're going to talk about this too because of all the death threats and houses getting shot at. People don't understand real violence, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But thank you very much, brother. And then the giant one from Mr. Bruce Lee. You've been kicking off the show with massive super chats. Hit me up on Instagram, man. I'm going to send you some free merch because these are big donos, bro. So message me on Instagram. We're going to get you a care package because that's super generous of you. Multiple shows in a row. Okay. So make sure you do that, brother. All right. We got some fun ways to start. Okay. Before we jump into all the Tim Pool, Candace Owens, Milo crazy drama, we always start the show off with some America First stuff. Usually a little bit of comedy, get the mood right. So we don't always start off with an Andy Frisella clip, but very often we do because he's always got a great take on the America First angle and what's going on. So that's what we're going to start with. Okay, let's see what Andy's had to say this week about what's going on.
What's happening? The walls are closing, and these people don't like it. They realize they've lost their grip They're starting to realize that everybody's against them. Everybody's tired of them. Everybody's tired of them being on the take and subverting the law and making life hard on American citizens. Everybody's tired of it. Not the left, not the right, not the middle, fucking everyone. And they're losing their grip on the power structure they've had for the last 40 years. And they don't like it. That's what's going on. That's why you have Mark Levin throwing a shit fit every 2 seconds. That's why you have this guy panicking and these other people panicking. They all realize, think about it, dude. If you knew that you did a bunch of bad shit and you knew that you were losing control over the ecosystem that allowed you to get away with that and kept that secret, you're personally terrified. And you could feel the panic from these people. You could feel it, dude.
Yes, you can feel it, guys. And what he's explaining there, we're seeing on a massive scale right now. So all of these attacks on Candace, all of these attacks on Ian Carroll, it's not by coincidence that it's all happening at the same time. Okay. They are definitely very, very terrified that, again, they're losing the narrative, they're losing the plot. And independent media is starting to kind of take over, right? Kind of the mainstream media boomer days, we can see are sort of on their way out, you could say. Now, I wanted to show this. This is just kind of a funny meme because it kind of just feels like our community here on this channel. And so let me know what you guys think. But this is kind of just how I feel. Like, this is me, and like this is our community. Like, I'm the Asian guy, and the community is the rest of the people in this. So let's take a look at this here. Also, as we see by the headline, it says, when all you do is hate on Zionists all day, and you end up with the weirdest range of followers. Let's check it out.
It is great. It's so good. This is good. Oh, nice. Yeah. One more. Thank you. I mean, we're all so tight that we kind of see each other. We see each other anyway. It's great. Keep it coming. European. Yeah, he's European. Thank you. All right. Love you. Love you. Yeah. Yeah. This is great. Oh no.
Yeah. Okay, so I felt like that was almost perfect for our for our channel here. If you don't get it, okay, if you're new here and you don't get it, we have probably the most diverse community here of any political channel. I don't know whose channel would be more diverse. We have leftists, we have white nationalists, we have centrists, we have, again, Muslims. We've got, we do here. Okay, guys, that's the truth. All right. So anyway, I thought that was just a funny clip. When I saw it, I thought about our channel. Before, this isn't political, but just what's going on with Joe Rogan before we jump into things. Did you guys see this weird rant about how he thinks that AI might be the return of Jesus? Joe says, Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence? AI could absolutely return as Jesus. Joe, what the fuck are you talking about? And I love Joe, but I have no idea. Like, we are a little fucking out there. But with that, I also found a little AI that's been done up. As a Lord of the Rings fan, if you guys haven't seen the Lord of the Rings MAGA crossover in AI that's been done, again, sorry, we're starting the show with a little bit of comedy. You guys know that before we jump into things. If you haven't seen this, the Lord of the Rings MAGA crossover, you need to start watching these. fucking use it.
Bust.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, you guys that are regulars on the channel know I'm a massive Lord of the Rings fan. So the fact that I found an AI crossover between Lord of the Rings and the MAGA movement, and there's a bunch of them, guys, so follow that channel, is fucking hilarious. Anyway, I digress. None of this is important. But I also found, and again, this is just, I am a nerd. Yeah, when it comes to Lord of the Rings, oh my God, no doubt about that. I've seen Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, let's say the trilogy, all three, probably 400 times. And I'm not exaggerating. Actually, no, way more than that. No, because I watch one a night. So, yeah, probably like 400 or 500 times. The entire trilogy. And then The Hobbit, probably 200 to 300 times the entire trilogy. Yep, I have read the Silmarillion. I everything. I know all of it. So, yeah. So, Nate loves Lord of the Rings, by the way, if you didn't know. Anyway, let's take a look at this. I found this, guys, and I felt like this was also our community right here. Our politics here on this channel are. And sorry for the F words. I'm not going to say it every single time. F Trump, F Biden, F the left, F the right, F big pharma, F big tech, F fake food, F censorship, F central banks, F the Fed, F the deep state, F corporate media, F the WEF, F the CDC, F ICE, F DEI. So I felt like this was a really good synopsis of my politics. Don't know how you guys. There's a bunch more we could add, obviously. F APAC, F the WHO. There's obviously more we could add, but I felt like this was pretty accurate to how most of us feel. Another meme I thought was funny. We get this a lot in the chat too. This is me on the left here when I talk about how we need to stop, get rid of income tax for the middle and lower class completely. And then the MAGA people in the chat scream at me and call me a socialist because I don't want to tax people. You guys have all seen it in the chat. We get this quite a bit. But anyway. And then one more before we kick off the episode from my buddy Terry, fellow Green Beret. Terry's great, man. A lot of great content. Explains sort of the news cycle, corruption, and why people are so tribalist with politics. Really good clip.
No transparency in the government, which fuels these conspiracy theories.
So if you
can believe that the government's not being transparent, why do you not think the news media is using psychological operations on you also? Everybody does. It's all for agenda that they want. They're just trying to re-push what you have. And then almost kind of what you're talking about, once you get to that thought process, you don't change. You get into put in a box to where that's what you believe, and you're unable to think outside of it because your identity is tied to
X, Y, and Z.
Whatever you're listening to, whoever you're voting for, whatever. And it's just
what your occupation is.
What your occupation, exactly, all that. There's no transparency.
So I really like that. I really like that clip because it explains so much of not just the right like MAGA, right? But it's the left, people that are super tribalist. They get drawn into this, cult-like behavior because they need their side to win no matter what. And so that group gets propagandized way harder than everybody else. And it's, again, left, right. It's all over the place. But that's what we try to not do on this channel is, for me, we do political content, guys, but for me, my identity, I don't even know what my identity would be politically. I'm not MAGA. I'm you could say, yeah, America first, right? What does that really mean? But I'm not tied into I got to agree with everything that and we're going to get in. This is the first thing and it's important as we tie into what Tim Pool just went on a rant about here next. If you are so tied into your political party or your political ideology and it's your entire identity, which it is for a lot of people, you're going to be miserable, guys. There is no happiness to be found in political tribalism. I promise you. There's just you're going to be angry all the time, and it's his left and right. If politics is one of the most important things in your life, you're not going to be a very happy person. For me, it's even though it's kind of like my job, right? It's like the 20th most important thing in my life. You know, like whatever the fuck's going on in politics. It's important to me because I want the country to do well. But like like Trump, like if Trump does something bad, I'm not going to like lose my mind and like bend over backwards to try to do mental gymnastics to try to defend him for it, because Trump is my identity. And that's what you see right now. There's a lot of people that like MAGA or Trump. And I'm just saying this because Republicans are in charge right now. It was that way on the left too. That's their entire identity. Like MAGA is their identity. And not great when all of a sudden you realize that your president doesn't give a fuck about you or this country, and then you're spinning your wheels trying to do these crazy mental gymnastics in your brain, trying to justify it. And that's what we're going to start with first, which is the MAGA civil war. I don't even know if it's a civil war because it's not even like one side against another. It's just everybody versus everybody right now. Tim Pool, who, again, I've been pretty nice. I haven't said really anything bad about Tim. I've met Tim. I've talked to him a few times. He was always super nice. Super nice when I met him. Super nice when we've hung out. So I don't want to say anything bad about him, but he's literally lost his fucking mind. Lost his mind. I don't know what the fuck this dude is doing. But we're going to talk about it, okay? So he says, Tim Pool says Candace Owens would be wholly, I'm sure you guys saw this. Candace Owens. Oh, we got to talk about Candace first, guys. Sorry. I promised Jasmine I would explain a few things, but I'll get back to it here in a sec. Tim Pool says Candace Owens would be completely responsible if Republicans lose the midterms. Do you know how fucking stupid that comment is? Do you know how retarded you have to be? Sorry, Tim. To believe Candace Owens, a podcaster, is going to be responsible for the entire Republican establishment for losing the midterms. Candace Owens, who has the biggest podcast in the world, 150,000 concurrent live viewers per stream. Guys, that is, when you grand scheme it across the entire country, all the election races, everything, that's nothing. There's zero reach there. 150,000 people is nothing. There's 350 fucking million people in the country. And you think Candace Owens on her independent YouTube channel is going to cause that? Why? She hasn't even talked about politics in the last 3 months. She's been focused on Brigitte Macron, Charlie Kirk case. What the fuck does Candace Owens have to do with the midterms? Whether you love Candace or hate Candace, what? How is she going to be responsible? And now we're going to get into who's going to be responsible. It's very, very easy to understand who's going to be responsible. But first, let me backtrack. I was supposed to start the episode out with this. Who just watched Candace's episode that she just did today? You guys know we obviously big fans of Candace. We love Candace on this channel. We support Candace. Who watched the episode today? Okay, a lot of people. I'm not going to go too deep into this because this is going to be my video tomorrow. It wasn't going to be. My whole video tomorrow was going to be on Tim Pool crashing out. That has to get delayed now because Candace's episode today, and again, you guys know we love Candace on this channel, was so fucking bad. Was so embarrassingly inaccurate. She decided to do a military special forces episode. And oh my fucking God, it was the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. And not just from just from a journalistic perspective. And again, sorry, Candace. I just call balls and strikes. Oh my fucking God. She's, again, I'm not going to get super detailed into it because I'm doing a whole episode on it in the morning. It wasn't just far-fetched. It was just, if anybody who served in the military watched that, and I know because I even saw her comment section just going crazy, and I'll explain why. I'm not saying she's lying. She just got really, really bad information from somebody who I think set her up with bad information. Yeah, people are talking about E4 lieutenant colonels. Everybody in the military who watched that episode, yeah, E5s. We get it, guys, right? E5 top brass. Special forces EOD techs, like the shit, just shit that doesn't exist. It's not in the military. It's just objectively not a thing. So she started the show off talking about how this whistleblower, the source, went into the JTF 6, with the Joint Task Force 6 of this military bases that he was on, and he walks into and again, those of you who aren't in the military, let me explain it to you. But those of you who are in the military are just going, God, oh fuck. This guy, or this whistleblower, supposedly is going to try to figure out information from one of the military units there. He walks in and he sees all of these super high-ranking E4s and E5s at 7:45 in the morning. Oh. And then she says that the source has never seen so many lieutenant colonels in his life. The problem here is E4s and E5s are fucking specialists and sergeants, guys. And for those of you who don't know the military, that's like not the lowest ranking, but it's just above a private. We're talking about like 21-year-old and 22-year-old kids at a military unit, which at 7:45 in the morning, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking E4s and E5s there because they're there doing PT. And she tried to spin it into this like big crazy like meeting of top brass, all these lieutenant colonels. These are fucking like privates that she's talking about as this massive cover-up involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Big fucking yikes. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, she meant 04s and 05s. I just saw it right here. Somebody said and this is why I'm going to stop you. All the people who said no. And again, we're fans of Candace here. Because people are going, well, she got E4 and 04 mixed up. Okay. She got E4 and 04 mixed up. Enlisted 4 or 5, officer 4 or 5. Okay. The problem is, even if she was talking about 04s and 05s, that's a major. You can go to any fucking military unit at 7:45 in the morning and you might see 4, 5, 6 fucking E04s and E05s walking around. That's not a high rank, guys. 04 is not a high rank in the military. So even if you made it 04, 05, it fucking means nothing. So again, E5 lieutenant colonels, the E4 mafia killed. See what I mean, guys? We're lagging a little bit. So again, and it got way worse, right? It got worse from there. And again, I'm not trying to beat up Candace, but it was very clear she got very bad information from somebody who probably wasn't even in the military and just made this fucking story up. And it's frustrating to me because I have offered personally Candace to do military advising for her. Like offline, I don't have to be involved, but like Candace, if you are going to do an episode on the military, yeah, we lagged a little bit. Hold on, see if it catches up. Are we good? Check. Stand by. All right, how are we? Are we back? Are we back? No, I'm not doxed. I just got a little bit of lag. Are we good? Good? No good. No good. 5x5, no good. I'm going to assume we're good. Okay? Not syncing? Lagging? All right, we got to change. I thought we had it figured out. But the audio is not as good when I fix it. All right, we should be fine now. Thought we had it. Yeah, we're fine now. But the audio won't be as good. God. We'll figure it out eventually. Nah, we're not lagging now. This always fixes it. Okay, anyway. What I was going with Candace, where let me backtrack. So what frustrates me is Candace does an entire episode on the military bases, army bases, and talks about special forces throughout this episode. And I've already reached out to Candace and offered to do military advising for her offline. Nothing you guys would see if she would just run it by me, like the basics of your whatever you're going to talk about, so I can say, hey, please don't say this because this is going to make you look ridiculous. And she hasn't taken me up on the offer yet. Oh, I'm arrogant. Ann says, I'm arrogant. Why am I arrogant? Because I'm offering to help someone with military advising who's talking about Army Special Forces when I'm a fucking Green Beret, Ann? How does that make me arrogant? Doesn't that make me, like, helpful? At no cost, mind you. Just trying to help her. How am I arrogant for that? What the fuck is wrong with you? What? Anyway. And again, just to be helpful of like, hey, maybe don't call E4's lieutenant colonels. But anyway, you know, like it's not me trying to be arrogant. It's me just like, hey, I spent over 10 years in Army Special Forces. I might know what I'm talking about if we're talking about Special Forces. Maybe, you know? So anyway, I'm doing the episode on it tomorrow, so we'll get into it. But again, we love Candace, and I just want to help her out because what happens is if Candace makes some glaring mistakes like that, then people are just going to discredit everything she says, right? They're going to say, oh, nope, see what she said? Nope, can't believe anything she says. Okay. That's why I don't want that to happen for Candace. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's keep moving. Let's jump back into what we were talking about, which was, yes, old Timmy boy, who, again, we're going to talk about this, has said that Candace Owens is the reason that we're going to lose the midterms. And he's crashing out fucking hard on Candace. I don't know where this came from and why he's so pissed off at Candace. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts a little bit. Again, I'm going to do a whole episode on his insane crash out here. And I was going to be tomorrow, but it might be the next day after that. But let's watch this. I can't even show the real crash out because he used so many words that I can't show. But here's the gist of it.
When someone pulls in front of my property and fires on it several times, I'm sitting here looking at these vile pieces of shit and thinking to myself, for what purpose will I stick my neck out if this is what happens after Charlie Kirk is killed? Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag.
Okay, guy. Oh my God, these comments. Fat Tuesday, you think in context of high-ranking military, there's a difference between an E4, an E5, and an E6? You fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Okay, anyway, sorry. This is the dumbest fucking comment I've ever seen that just came up. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so Tim, right, apparently, and I'm going to say supposedly, and guys, I am not one that discredits death threats, discredits attempts on people's life. In fact, I was the first one to come out and give credibility to what Candace said on her threats on her life. I take all of this stuff seriously because I understand violence and I understand violent people. And we all watched 2 attempts on Trump's life. We watched Charlie Kirk get smoked on live TV. Nick Fuentes had somebody show up to his house, try to kill him, was killed by the police outside the house. Like, this is a recurring thing. This is actually happening very regularly. Okay. So I don't take these things on that unseriously. I will say I'm very suspicious of Tim's. I'm not suspicious of Candace or Nick Fuentes or Benny Johnson. Just had somebody show up at his house. We gave Benny a hard time. I'm not suspicious of that. I believe that. I am extremely suspicious of Tim's claims that his house was shot up because of his response, which his response was that his security detail was doing the investigation and they would let the police know what happened. That's not fucking how anything works when somebody puts rounds into your home. You immediately call the fucking police, not the random security guard that you're paying outside. And the police come and a detective becomes on the case because somebody attempted to fucking kill you at your house. So this whole, our security will let the police know what's going on. And the timing of it is also very, very suspicious to me because it just so happened, and what we just watched him do there, supposedly the day after he goes out of his mind attacking Candace Owens, it just so happens somebody shoots up his house the next day. And then, of course, what does he do? He blames it on Candace Owens. Really, guy? Really? Now, some other things, and again, I don't know. I'm going to stop myself because I got an entire episode on it. But maybe it happened. Okay. But for you to immediately come out and blame Candace Owens, Tim, let me talk to you direct here. Candace Owens doesn't give a fuck about you. You do less views on YouTube than I do. Nate, just barely been on YouTube 2 years. Been in politics for 6 weeks. You do less views than me. You think Candace Owens, the biggest podcast in the world, gives a fuck about Tim Pool, and she's going to put out a hit on your life? Really? Really? That's your angle you're going with? Candace is responsible for the attempt on your life? Okay. Let's do a poll. I'm just saying, guys, to me, I'm just asking questions. Because, Tim, when Candace said she had a threat on her life, Tim came out and said she was retarded for what she said. She didn't provide any evidence. So all I'm saying is apply the same metrics to yourself that you did to Candace. Who believes, Tim, that Candace is... Hold on one sec, guys. Is responsible. I'm going to put Tim, Candace. So, you either believe or say, let's do yes. Yes. So, how do I want to put the yes and no? Yes, does yes and no make sense here? Who believes, Tim, that Candace is responsible? So, yes, you believe, Tim, that Candace is responsible, or no, you don't believe that Candace is responsible for the hit on Tim's life. Let's just do a poll. Let's see what the community thinks about this. Because, again, to me, yeah, I don't know. Tough sell to me that Candace Owens is going after you. Anyway, Candace responded, or didn't respond to this, but reacted to this, which was pretty funny. I mean, Candace has got a good sense of humor about it, right? So here we go.
28, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight and we don't care about your stupid midterms.
Wow. There it is. And this is going to bring me to my point. Yeah. We don't give a fuck about the midterms, Tim. We don't give a fuck about the Republican Party, Tim. We're not Republicans. We don't give a fuck if the Republicans lose the midterms. That's kind of the whole point. We want the Republicans to lose because the Republicans have done absolutely fucking nothing with the power that they have. So it's going to be a referendum on you lying to our fucking faces about all the things you promised. That's why, Tim. And if you think Candace Owens is the problem, well, you're also agreeing with Scary Larry Laura Loomer. Because what'd she say? All caps. We are going to lose the midterms and our entire country will be flooded with this Islamic propaganda. Wake up. Oh, my God. Oh, Jigsaw Loomer. Oh, God, Islam. So this is the fucking slop Tim Pool and Laura Loomer and everybody is pushing out. Let me show you why Republicans are going to lose the midterms. This is just some of the things, which this is great. From Ian Smith Fitness here. Things I didn't vote for. Palantir and AI database. Presidential crypto rug pulls. Redacted Epstein files. JFK files. 50-year mortgages. 15-year car notes. Ignoring BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. Being gaslit by economic prosperity. The FBI still being open. The IRS open. More 2A restrictions. H-1B1 visas. 600,000 more Chinese students. MAGA not doing anything. More profits for Big Pharma, another war in Venezuela, funding anything besides the U.S. digital ID, America First politicians being pushed out, forever chemicals and pesticides. Let's add in the worst economy we've seen in decades, the worst labor market we've seen in 20 years, all of the money and everything that's going on in Israel. I mean, we can go on and on and on and fucking on. That's why you're going to lose the midterms, Tim. But no, let's blame Candace Owens. Candace Owens. She's the reason. Yeah, and then you got people like this. Where is this? Islam's the problem. Rah! Yeah, all of those things we just showed, that's because of Islam. It's just like fucking, come on. We're simping for fucking Trump that hard. And like, what are we still doing here? We got to know that Donald Trump is about to be a lame duck president. Like, and it looks like there's enough Republicans who are about to resign before the midterms. He might be a lame duck president before the midterms. And you know what's going to happen? MAGA and Trump is going to become a massive liability to the Republican Party. And so what are all these Republican politicians going to do? They're going to distance themselves from Trump. They're going to start attacking Trump. We just all see it already. And so, no, Candace Owens isn't the problem. Nick Fuentes isn't the problem. And we're going to get into the economy. We got an entire section on the economy coming up next of why Republicans will lose the midterms. And it's not Candace Owens. But also, what did Tim say? He's saying this about Candace. Candace, she is burning everything down that Charlie built. Tim Pool goes scorched earth on Candace Owens. Here's another retarded fucking take. Candace Owens is responsible for the burn-in of TPUSA. Are you sure? Is that Candace's fault? I'll tell you this. If your organization is so frail and weak that a podcaster on a YouTube channel can destroy it, that's your organization's fault. Not Candace Owens' fault. We all see Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel is doing an average of like 6,000 views a video. That's like 1/30th, 1/20, 1/30th of what mine do. You think that's Candace's fault? Sorry, no. TPUSA did that. Alex Colvett. What is his name? Alex Colvett. Don't give a fuck. He's forgettable. Blake Shell or whatever, the fucking little bald racist. The amazing Mikey McCoy. Pastor fucking what's his name? You're the fucking reasons. Erica Kirk. That's why Charlie Kirk's legacy is being destroyed. It's not his friend Candace who wants answers about his assassination attempt. Sorry, Tim. And here's the other thing. Now, I'm not going to get into it because that's going to ruin the entire episode I was going to do. But again, the idea that Candace Owens, the boogeyman, is responsible for the downfall of the Republican Party. Well, if the Republican Party is so fucking weak that Candace Owens can destroy it, then maybe we don't need the Republican Party. Maybe it needs to be rebuilt into something else. You ever think of that? But what is it really? What is it really? What it really is why is Candace Owens being attacked by Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer and name whatever other fucking Zionist or 7K member? We know why Candace is being attacked. And it's not based off of her content on Charlie Kirk. It's not. Right? And it might be, Tim. I'd be interested to see what's under that beanie. Because I have a feeling you might be hiding a yarmulke under there based off of what you're doing. Cam Higby's another one. You can't take any of these people seriously. And the reality is all of their social media platforms are dying because of it. You would think strategically, see, people, I don't understand. Maybe I come from a strategic career field, right? Strategy is a very important thing when war. So we take it very seriously. You would think these people would just think strategically and realize, hey, maybe attacking Candace Owens, and this is really what it's all about, and this is, I'm going to get to my final point. Maybe attacking Candace Owens isn't a great idea. Look at this, like this guy. You lost me at Candace versus Tim. Then go fucking watch Tim Pool, you fucking idiot. Go be brain dead. Go get. You lost me. Yeah, Tim's a fucking idiot based off of what he's saying about Candace. And again, I told you before, I met Tim. He's nice. I like him. But the shit he's saying is just fucking retarded. Objectively. And his channel's burning in. He's got no viewership. He's making no money. He just said he's going into debt. His channel's dying. He can't even afford to fucking pay his staff. Why do you think that is? While Candace Owens is the biggest fucking podcast in the world. And so this gets me to my final point. Why is Tim Pool attacking Candace Owens? Let me explain how YouTube works, because I know strategy. Okay. This is what happens on YouTube when channels start to die. And your own individual content starts losing viewership. What you do is you try to drum up beef with a big name. You put Candace Owens in your YouTube video title, you attack Candace Owens. Why? Because Candace Owens' name garners all the views because you can't get them for yourself anymore. That's how the YouTube game works. I know. I've done it before myself. Okay. So when channels die, they start to lash out, and you're seeing it all over YouTube. I could bring up a bunch of channels to you that all of a sudden are attacking Candace Owens because their viewership is fucking dead. And when you use someone else's really big name, you can get some views out of it. That is what you're watching. You're watching him try to drum up a fake beef with Candace Owens because she's the biggest name in the game, so that he can try to revitalize his channel. And it's fine. That's the grift. Okay. I'm not even going to knock it, right? I understand the grift. I know what he's doing. It is what it is. But you, the viewer, should be paying attention to that, right? Like, why are all of a sudden all of these channels attacking Candace? Well, because Candace's name draws the views to the video. That's what it's all about. That's the grift. And again, I'm not knocking it. We're making I make entertainment content. I'm sitting here doing the same thing, right? We're here to entertain. hopefully bring a little bit of knowledge and experience. But at the end of the day, you guys are all here to enjoy yourself, be entertained, and it's fine. But like, come on, stop pretending like you hate Candace Owens. Why do you hate Candace Owens? Tim Pool and Candace Owens have nothing to do with each other. And all of a sudden, she's the most evil person in the world. Okay, guy. Roger that. So let's keep it moving. We got to talk a little bit about Nicky Fuentes, because we gave Nick pretty hard time this week. You guys all saw it. And what did we say? You guys watch my video on Nick? What was my criticisms about Nick in that video? My criticisms about Nick was what happened. You started to go on all of these podcasts and turned into a little bitch. The classic Nick Fuentes that we all enjoy because you're so outrageous and so bombastic, it disappeared. And you're just this little, it was like you were meeting, the girlfriend's parents for the first time. Bradley Martin and Steven Crowder, and I don't want to say anything wrong. Okay. And my criticism, and I even said it in my video, I could pull it up probably. I said on Sunday, when I bash Nick pretty hard, and again, you guys know, I've got nothing against Nick. I've supported him a lot on this channel. I think he's very important. And I still do. But what my big thing is authenticity. And what he decided to do was spew a bunch of fed fucking slop and just not be himself. And we criticized him for it. I said in my video on Sunday, which got like 1/3 views right now in a day and a half, I said to Nick, if you go on to Piers Morgan's show tomorrow and you are this fucking pussified version of yourself, you will burn your entire reputation in. Those of you who watch my video know that I said that. Did I not? And to Nick's credit, pretty sure he saw that. He came out 1,000 times over the top than we expected. And we got some clips. That interview on Piers Morgan, I don't care what you think. He was clip farming. We all know Nick was clip farming. Fucking hilarious. That entire episode, it was epic. And if you don't like that, that's fine. I'm not saying that, but the Pierce show was classic Nick. And I got some clips we're going to look at. The ones I could even play because they were so outrageous. And I'm going to talk about a few of these. Let's do this one.
A prominent conservative in America has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I mean,
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, that's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
80 years ago,
you think he cares what?
So, again, you can get upset about that if you want. It's fucking hilarious. He's trolling a boomer. Like, we see it. We get it. He's clip farming a fucking boomer. And I hate Piers Morgan, by the way. I don't hate him personally, but I hate his approach. He's a bully. He constantly talks over everybody. He thought he was going to have Nick on and he was going to fucking bully him into the ground. And he just didn't let it happen. Okay. So this was very good by Nick to come out and just say, fuck it. Here you go. And guys, it's clip worthy. Watch that. Regardless of what you think about Nick, watch that podcast. It's worth it. Here's what I'm going to say of why this is so important for Nick to do what he's doing. And you guys, again, this is strategy. This is strategy, okay? Think about this. What Nick is doing especially on something like that. Do you guys all understand? It doesn't matter if you think he's cringe, if you don't like him, he is extremely fucking important right now to freedom of speech. Let me explain for all those of you that don't like him and don't like what he's saying. And, oh, don't talk about Hitler. Which, by the way, Hitler would be like 136 years old right now. So, like, we're talking about history to Nick's point. Like, oh, no, I can't talk about, like, the Egyptian pharaohs because they had slaves. Okay. Does everybody understand what the Overton window is? Chat, do you understand what the Overton window is? Let me explain to you why this is so important, whether you hate what he's saying or not. Okay. If you don't know what the Overton window is, essentially what the Overton window is it's a societal framework, right? Where everything within this space is what you're allowed to talk about. Everything outside of this space, left and right, society says you cannot talk about that. You're not allowed to. Things like the Holocaust, the Jews, Israel, all of those things 5-10 years ago fell outside the Overton window. You were not allowed to talk about them. If you talked about them at all, you were immediately blacklisted from everything. Okay. That's what the society's Overton window is. So what Nick's doing is by Nick saying the craziest shit you've ever heard in your fucking life on Piers Morgan's show is he blows the Overton window out here. Now the acceptable things you can say on mainstream media, let's see if I can, how do I get the camera here? Is this wide? I can't get this. Here we go. Okay. Is this wide? Why is that so good and so important? Yeah, we don't agree with the crazy fucking shit he's saying, but now the Overton window's way out here. So now in the center, criticizing Israel, criticizing all the problems with what's going on in America with, I don't know, American Jews buying all the media. That's now in the Overton window as things we can all talk about and we can all criticize that we never could before because he's blown the Overton window out here. Okay? That's why he's so important. You don't have to agree with him. You don't have to agree with his crazy rage bait. You know, he's rage baiting boomers and clip farming. Got it. But that's why he's so important, is because he expands what's acceptable for us to be able to actually talk about. That's extremely important for us to be able to talk about through freedom of speech. Okay. Do we understand a little bit more now of why I support what he's doing? Not because I support the things he says. I don't agree with him. And I'm going to show you one I really don't agree with next as criticism. But that is why Nick Fuentes is so goddamn important right now. Because not even a year and a half ago, this was when Biden was president, I could not do a video talking about Israel. And this is back when Israel and Iran were having their very start of their conflict, or October 7th happened and everything after that. I tried to do content criticizing what Israel was doing early. This was early 2024. I could not do any content without YouTube immediately flagging it, demonetizing it, and limiting the videos. If I even put Israel in the fucking name of the video. A year and a half ago. Now look what we can talk about. That's not because of me. That's because of people like Nick Fuentes who've blown that Overton window out so far. And not just Nick. You got people like Myron, Sneeko, right? Like there's a bunch of people who've helped expand it, but that's why it's super, super important, guys. So think outside the box a little bit. The society you want to live in is a society that can talk about all these things freely. We don't have to agree with them, but it's important that we can at least fucking talk. Milo's another one. We can at least talk about them now, guys. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully all you who are like, I hate Nick Fuentes, hear that and you're like, okay, I'm starting to get it now. But again, I'll show you. It's not all great. And there's things that we don't agree with, even though, you know, they might be funny. But we'll take a look here.
One of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say.
All right, first of all, let me say this, guys, before we continue. Anytime you say, I'm not gay, but that's not great. That's not usually there should be no but after that. Okay. Anyway, that's a little bit funny, but let's keep going with the clip.
That women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you?
Wait for it.
For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women
a
grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
Just, I mean, you got to give it to Nick for that. the no, absolutely fucking not when he's asked if he's ever had sex. Okay, now, obviously, this is one of the things I disagree the most with on Nick is his take on women, right? And Nick said something very important there for us to understand Nick and his perspective. He said, you know, I think women are annoying to be around. Now, here's me personally. I don't agree with that at all. I love being around women. Have my entire life. I think women are fucking awesome. Think about this, guys, all the guys out there. How many times have you showed up to a bar or a party and there's like no chicks there, no women there? And you're like, what do you say? You go, wow, this party fucking sucks. Wow, this bar fucking sucks. Let's go somewhere else. Right? Women are fucking awesome to be around. I love being around women. Always have. I'm being you're being obtuse, Nate. Meh. Why? Because I'm saying I like being around women. Shut up, you fucking. I'm going to call you. I was going to call you the Q word because you're obviously gay, but I'm not going to use a slur on you. But my point is, the difference with that, with Nick and with me, and I'm not being arrogant here. Nate's a feminist. No, and this is a like Brad. I mean, and I'm gonna lump Brad in here with Nick. Okay, see, Brad probably hates women. Brad is just like Nick. Okay, he's probably a skinny, fat little chud, and that's very important for his perspective on women. This is why White Knight coming. This is another one. Keep an eye on all these. Okay, keep an eye on all these comments that you're saying because they all get lumped into the same sort of incel crowd. Okay, and again, it's going to sound arrogant. I have a different perspective on women because I'm 6'3". I was in insane shape by the time I was 19 years old. I was a collegiate athlete. And before I, got old and had the beard, very good looking. Gorgeous wife, smoke show wife. My interactions with women my entire life have been amazingly positive. Everywhere I've ever gone in my life, women have been amazing to interact with. So for men like that, our perspective in the way we see women is much, much fucking different than Brad's or the incel white knighters in here because women have never paid attention to you. Women have never showed any interest in you. Women have done nothing but scoff at you when you're a 5'7" skinny fat little chud, right? So and again, this is the way it works. Those type of men, and I hate to beat them up because it's not necessarily their fault, but they haven't lived a life with interactions with women that way. All of their interactions with women have been negative. Whereas, yeah, you can call me humble bragging. That's fine. You can go on my Instagram channel and look at my wife. My wife's a fucking absolute smoke show. That's the way it goes. Because I'm a 6'3", 235-pound, jacked, nice-looking man who's appreciative of women and treats women incredibly well. Fucking get mad about it. That's fine. Nate's simping. Yeah, I simp and have a beautiful wife and had beautiful girlfriends my whole life. You didn't because you're a skinny, fat little chud. This is my point. This is what sort of affects the difference of way some men look at women and people like Nick look at women. And you can see all of the people in the chat, all of the men in the chat who have had this type of interactions with women their entire life. It's always been negative. Look at the comment section. Look for them. you'll see them, right? All of them. White knights and simp and all that. No, I'm not a simp. I don't need to be. Because I always be able to just walk into a bar or a nightclub and be taller than all of you. And be more fit than all of you. And that sounds arrogant, but my point is, it's not women. It's not the women's fault. Women aren't annoying. You just don't get any positive interactions from women, Nick, and that's why you don't like women. Sorry. This is one of those, the truth fucking hurts for a lot of people in the chat right now. And Nick will say, oh, your women shouldn't be your best friend. Why? My wife's my best friend. My wife's awesome. She's hilarious. She's gorgeous. That's the way it goes, man. So anyway, for everybody in the chat who's crying about it, simp, yeah, we know who you are. You're like Nick. And again, I'm not knocking you for it. I'm just saying, understand, who cares? Wait, somebody said, who cares about your height? Hey, all the women in the chat, who cares about height? Literally fucking all women. Sorry, ask them in the chat. Yeah. Being 6'3" is a different fucking life experience than being 5'7" as a man. I'm just saying, that's the reality. Okay? We have different life experiences because of something like that. And again, a lot of people get mad about this. I'm just saying, this is why I love being around women. If you want to call me a feminist, that's fine. I don't care. It's just different, right? Yeah, I love I love the comment section when we talk about this one. You see all the butthurt incels immediately. And then you see literally every single woman in the chat going, yep, he's right. You can see it. Anyway, I'm just saying, guys, understand when Nick rages that he hates women, and I don't think he hates women. That's where it's coming from. You know? So anyway, before we rage baited a bunch of guys in the chat. Sorry about that. But to Nick's credit, as we see here, even the Rolling Stone says the war over Nick Fuentes is over. He won. The right tore itself apart over Tucker Carlson's interview with the white nationalist Trump shrug. Now he's everywhere. This is true. He pretty much did. Whether you like it or not, he did win that war, and now he's going to be everywhere in the mainstream. And again, that's why I think it's important, because he's again expanding that Overton window. Oh my God, we already got 85 super chats. What the hell's going on, guys? We're barely into the show. Somebody said short and mullet. Mullet is a strong play, boys. I can tell you, mullet's always a great choice. Morgan Wallen style. You know what I mean? All right, we'll hit a couple super chats, and then we're going to jump into the economy. The economy, because my God, it is not good. The economy is not great. But let's hit a couple super chats, see what you guys have to say. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people not happy about this episode so far, but that's okay. Here from Ian's channel, good to have you. Mr. Pastoric says MAGA is not the throwaway podcast if we don't live and die by online BS. True. Bobby says Joe be eating way too many shrooms. Yeah, I don't know what the Jesus's AI stuff is, but yeah, I'm not into that myself. How do we send TP a case of diapers, a case of mouthwash? I'm not sure. Good question. I'm not sure where he lives. Somebody does though, I guess. Bobby says we are the America First melting pot. We're going to talk about that. We're going to definitely talk about that in the show. Oh, am I lagging a little bit? No, we're back. All right. Lou Pearson says, I found a home. Yes, welcome. If you're politically homeless, you are now welcome in our community. Truth Teller says, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your perspectives, and every details on topic you cover. You're the best. And I appreciate you. Appreciate it, brother. As always, good content. Long live the brotherhood and or gas station booze. We got it tonight. BMU, our favorite firefighter, in the chat. Appreciate it, brother. Justin says they severely underestimated the internet's ability to organize and collaborate effectively as the instigative entity, in addition to providing the information that mainstream media won't. Paradigm shift. I think you're right. They did underestimate it. I think they're figuring it out now. America, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, brother. AK Winter says, you're a fan of any politician, you're part of the problem. I agree. Again, I've talked about it before. Politicians start from a 1 to 10 scale. They start at -10 for me. You got to work your way up from that. Jeff Epstein's financier says politics in their terms mean nothing anymore, as they have flipped so many times. At this point, it's good versus evil. God wins in the end. That's what the Bible says. Timmy has gone full crash dummy for the cause. It's very bizarre. You can dislike Tim, but Candace just throwing out claims left and right, claiming she has the evidence but shows none. All stupid QAnon levels of derangement. She's just not asking questions. Okay, man. If you're a Tim fan, I get it. Go watch Tim Pool. You'll get some great fed Israel slop. Head on over there, brother. This is probably not the channel for you. Appreciate the donation, though. Thanks for sending me money. Face Value says, income tax is theft. My brothers, you do not need to support your own slavery. Yeah, I think so, too. We never used to have it until, what, like 1913? 1918? One of those two dates. Right before World War I, I believe. Federal Reserve gets turned on. Federal income tax gets turned on, never gets turned off. I believe. Maybe wrong on those dates, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went. All right. Kristen says, what are your thoughts on Akash Singh? Poor guy. Oh, my God. That's brutal. So for those of you who haven't seen this, Akash, he's got the show with Andrew Schultz. He thought his wife, I'm pretty sure, was a virgin. Turned out she's Bonnie Blue-esque backstory. And rough times for Akash. Feel bad for him. Knew the E4 Mafia was strong, but damn, yeah, Bobby, we didn't know how strong it was until we've seen Candace's new episode. Sent you a message on Instagram, holler back. Okay, I'll take a look. The Lily Rab Connection says, I was watching it today. I thought Candace needs Nate, not just content. Yeah, actually, I saw multiple people in her comment section at me and say, you need to talk to Nate about this. So, yeah, but it's also, she's talking about building a security team. Watch her live with Ian about Twigs. Do you believe the journalists are his? The journals are his. I don't know. I'm gonna look more into it. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit more research on that before I come to a real conclusion on it. Brooks, thank you. Lou Pearson says, do you reach out to her after this? Guys, Candace can get a hold of me immediately if she wanted to. Obviously, I'm friends with Ian, and Ian is close friends with Candace, right? So that's not a problem. Watched it in the playback. The horse shit slop on E4, E5, meaning Lieutenant Colonel. I posted on. I told her, contact you, get on the live, set the record straight on elementary Army. Yeah, and I mean, that's like basics. That's really basic stuff to fuck up, and it really hurts your credibility when you do stuff like that. That's why I didn't like seeing it. Face Value says, recognize the government taxation is where the rubber meets the road, and our own government is the greatest threat against our own liberty. That's history, my friends. The enemy is your own government. Yeah, that's what the founding fathers believed. That's how America was founded. All right, we're going to talk a couple more, and then we're going to jump back into the episode. All right, Jenny says, send a message to Candace. After seeing the podcast, I realized she needs you on her team. I mean, we've already offered to help. So she corrected herself and said she means E5, E6. That's not different. That's not different. Guys, that's a sergeant and a staff sergeant. There's no difference. There's no difference into the story. These are not high ranks. These are mid-level NCOs who have nothing to do with anything she was talking about in that episode, okay? So everybody in the military saw your comment and went, difference between E4, E5, and E5, E6 is literally nothing in context to that, okay? Literally nothing. The difference between an E6 and an O5 is gigantic, okay? But anyway. We'll get into that in the episode tomorrow. All right, let's jump back into it. Keep moving. We'll get to the super chats as we go. We got to talk about the economy, everybody, because if you didn't know, the affordability crisis is it's fake. It's a hoax. So let's take a look at that.
Yeah, Michelle. When you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They've talked about I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing. And they
can you guys Affordability is a hoax. The Epstein files are a hoax. I don't know what affordability being a hoax. I'm not sure what he means by that. But let's take a look. I've got a great thing. I got a great comparison to show us to talk about if affordability isn't actually a hoax right now. Let's watch this. This guy does really great stuff. Zachary Loft, by the way. You should follow his channel. He does a lot of stuff like this. Very, very good content.
2021, the median mortgage payment was $1,650. Childcare for 2 kids, $1,600 a month. Used car, $400 off the lot. Gas in that car, student debt, power, food, phone, health insurance. I did the numbers for them all. And if you do all the numbers to see what getting started cost in America in 2021, you come to a number of $4,935. $4,935 a month to get started in America based off the metrics of having a home, 2 kids, 2 used cars, gas and insurance for that car, 1 bat of student debt, power, food, phone, and health insurance. Median mortgage in 2024 is $2,560. Childcare for 2 kids in total will be $2,300 a month. 2 used cars, $900 a month. Gas for those cars, $400 a month. Student debt for one of you, $400 a month. Power, $198 per month. Food, $850 per month. Phone, $150 per month. Health, $500. If we look at the monthly total for getting started in America in 2024, a number that was $4,935 just 3 years ago, that number is now $7,368. In 2021, how much were people making? Well, in 2021, the median household was making $66,500. The median expense for getting started in America that year is $59,220, meaning the median household, follow me here, made more money than what was needed to get started in America in 2021. And if we did this math actually for 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, we can go all the way back to 1982. And the median household has always made more than the cost needed to get started in America that year. Final debt, $7,368 a month. That means per year, it's $88,416 to get started as a young family in America.
There you go. $90,000 is the income required to get started. That's not to thrive. That's the basics. Now, I'm not blaming that all on Trump, right? If you look at 2020 to 2025, most of that's Biden, okay? However, my point is when Trump comes out and says affordability is a hoax, fuck you, dude. Nobody believes that. We all know how much everything fucking costs right now. So again, not blaming Trump for the prices, but I am blaming Trump for trying to gaslight Americans into thinking it's all a Democrat hoax that you think you can't afford your groceries. Okay. If you want to believe it's Trump's fault, that's fine. I'm not even going to try to make the argument against it. I'm just saying Trump needs to shut the fuck up talking about the affordability. But according to his boy JD, this is why.
Every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens.
I'm pretty sure he's got eyeliner on there, by the way. But again, here's my problem with this. Why Trump tells us that this is the greatest economy the world's ever seen. Trump tells us this is the financial golden age. Trump tells us this is the greatest labor market the world's ever seen. Why is J.D. Vance saying that the economy is terrible and it's a Democrat's fault? How are these two things happening at the same time? Either the economy is garbage and it's the Democrats' fault, or it's your fault. The economy is not good. But they keep telling us that it's great because we keep seeing stats like this every month. We are not gaining jobs. U.S. lost 32,000 jobs in November as Trump's economy craters. Okay? I mean, this is, you're going to see more and more and more of this. And Fox News, I don't know if you guys saw this, blaming inflation, the current inflation, on Joe Biden. Kayleigh McEnany says the fact that it was 9.1% inflation under Biden, which it was at one point, Trump brought it down to the 3% range. And the truth is, yes, I've looked this up. It is true. Biden's last day in office, the inflation rate was only 2.9%. So Trump didn't bring down inflation. In fact, inflation is up from where it was when Biden left office currently. So not saying that Biden wasn't responsible for 4 years of 9% inflation, which fucked everything incredibly hard. But for Trump to try to say he brought down inflation, no, you didn't. In fact, it's higher than when you took office. That's the truth. But again, even though this is the greatest economy you've ever seen in your entire life, we also say this.
January 20th will turn the economy around very quickly. The United States is going to take off like a rocket ship, but really it's already doing it.
These prices are coming down and the process starts April 2nd. That's a whole lot of growth, and you're going to get that starting in the fourth quarter.
This is Biden, and you can even say the next quarter is sort of Biden because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis.
The one big beautiful bill will start kicking in, I predict, in the fourth quarter, and I think 2026 could be gangbusters.
Our big year won't be really next year. I think it'll be the year after, because when these plants start opening up, it takes a period of time to build them.
Our economy, the Donald Trump economy, is coming in the beginning of next year.
Those companies, they're all coming back now to the United States. You're going to see that kick in probably in a year or so.
Okay, there you go. So it was all going to kick in by April, but if you just hang on until 2027, okay, that's when the economy is going to be roaring. You just gotta hang in there. Trust the plan. Here you go. We got somebody right here. Trust the plan. Why am I lying? I didn't say anything. I played you clips from Trump and his administration. Do you not believe that? Trump's the one telling you, wait till 2027. I'm not. Just saying. Your daddy Trump. And again, Trump is letting us know. Did you guys know that he inherited the worst inflation of all time in American history?
Inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks.
Okay, Steve Rodner, what do the facts show?
Like so much of what he said in the press conference, not just even on the economy, but on all sorts of subjects, he just plucked things out of the air that had no basis in reality. So let's start with inflation. It did hit 9% during COVID, and it was pretty destabilizing for a lot of people, appropriately. But it's nothing like what we went through back in the 70s after the first oil embargo, which pushed inflation up to close to 12%, and then the second one, which pushed it up to 14%.
Oh, there you go. Turns out inheriting a 2.7% inflation rate is not inheriting the worst inflation rate of all time. In fact, inheriting a 2.7 inflation rate is inheriting one of the lowest inflation rates of all times. And again, people are getting mad at me for showing you the numbers. Sorry if I'm breaking your little heart, but that's the reality of what's going on, And again, I'm not saying that it's all Trump's fault that the economy is terrible. In fact, I think this is actually a really good thing to look at to understand affordability, and that is what inflation really looks like over the last 4 years.
The cost of living crisis. Suddenly we went up from prices being around there to prices being there. And You don't really see that in this data, okay? Because inflation is really just measuring the difference between that and that. And if you look at those two lines, you're talking about a 2.3% change. That's the number we're talking about today. But for a lot of people, it's not about that. It's about the difference between this and that. And when you look at the difference between this and that, that's 20%.
And that's probably low over that time period. That's probably very low over that time period. So that's the point, is just because inflation is 3.1% right now, when we did 4+ years of 9% or 7 to 9%, those prices aren't coming down. They're still going up. Inflation is still increasing, which means that insane price gouging and affordability, which is still garbage, is still here. It's not gone away. That's why people are saying, you said you would fix this. You're in charge. You're Donald Trump. You're the economy president. It's not being fixed. Nobody can afford shit unless you're upper middle class and above. Right? And everybody can feel it. But this is the response to people this holiday season that are concerned that they can't afford fucking to buy gifts for anyone or their children. Let's see what our commander-in-chief had to say about that.
People, not to the insurance
So right now,
companies.
people are buying their holiday presents. They're planning.
Look, don't be dramatic.
No.
Don't be
They're
dramatic.
planning their
what I
budgets
want
for
to
next
do.
year,
Here's what I
Mr.
want. I
President.
know, and what I want to do to the people.
There you go. Just don't be dramatic. That's what the billionaire in chief is telling you. Those of you out there who can't afford, to buy your kids presents this year because the affordability is so bad, don't be dramatic. Stop whining. Just stop complaining about it. Yeah, that message is going to resonate in 2026 for sure, dude. It's definitely going to resonate. I don't know how that's something that he was thinking it's a good idea. He doesn't give a fuck, though. Right? We know that. He doesn't care about poor or middle class, or at this point, even upper middle class that can barely afford anything. But I don't know if you guys know this. Speaking of the economy, did you guys know that 24% of the entire national debt of $38 trillion, 1/4 of it, is attributed to Donald Trump? And I fact-checked the numbers on that. It's actually true. This is not conservative, by the way. You guys know what fiscal conservatism is? It's like not spending money, balancing the budget, not going into debt. Doesn't sound very conservative to me. And this is why I say on this channel all the time, MAGA, the MAGA movement is not conservatives. Nobody in the MAGA party is a conservative. Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Officer Tatum, Benny Johnson, none of them are conservatives. They just literally are not ideologically. They can't be. Yeah, most of them aren't Christians either, by the way. Fake conservatives and fake Christians is really what you got. MAGA, not MAGA. There you go. Rhino, neocon, what do you want to call it? I thought this was interesting too. Our defense, have you guys seen this graph? Our defense spending. So this is just NATO. Our defense spending, $860 billion a year. This is actually down a little bit from what it usually is. And this is all of fucking NATO. It's about 1/4 of our entire defense spending, which is why we have the greatest military in the world, in world history, and we can do whatever we want around the world. But at the same time, yeah, it does seem like maybe we might be spending like maybe more than we need to, because that's a lot. Almost $1 trillion a year. But at the same time, hey, you got to fund those 200 military bases around the world. And again, as a military guy, can't really complain too much, but just an interesting statistic to look at. Okay. A more interesting statistic to look at to why American society is so fucked and will be forever until this gets fixed. Look at this. The world's richest people. Look how much fucking, and keep in mind, Elon Musk now has more wealth Then the bottom 53% of Americans combined. Richest people in the world. Elon, almost 500 billion. Larry Page, 260. Larry Ellison, 250. Sergey, 240. Jeff Bezos, 240. All of these numbers were like 10%. 10 to 20% of what they were 15 years ago. I mean, this is... Look at Bill Gates. He used to be the richest man in the world. He's down here at 19 now. This is insane. Like... This is trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that these people have in the top 20 richest people in the country. And you wonder why. Think about this. Like, oh, well, sorry, we can't afford universal health care. We can't afford, to solve the veteran homeless crisis. Sorry, we don't have the money for it. Huh. I wonder why we don't have the fucking money for it. Because, I don't know, the corporate tax rate just keeps getting cut over and over and over again. And billionaires are paying like 8% instead of 24% like the rest of us pay. But maybe I'm just a socialist, guys. Maybe that's the socialist in me that looks at that chart and thinks, that's probably not great. That's my bad, guys. Sorry for being a socialist. Interesting stuff going on. Did you guys see this? Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers, and the Trump administration is trying to block this from happening because, they don't want media monopolies or anything like that. So, maybe this is a good thing until you look at, I don't know, what's going on at the same time. Oh, that's right. David Ellison, Larry Ellison's son, allegedly offered assurances to the Trump administration officials that if he bought Warner Brothers, he would make major changes to CNN for them. So this is completely fine when, Jewish Americans like Larry Ellison buys TikTok and completely censors that platform, and David Ellison buys Paramount. Now he's going to buy CNN, so that way he can turn CNN into another Fox News on behalf of Donald Trump. So this is totally cool. Nothing wrong with this. But if Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers, then it's a monopoly. So cool, man. Cool. But at least, did you guys see this? After absolutely destroying farmers and ranchers for the last year, Trump is going to bail out farmers. Sounds great, right? Yeah, we love to hear it until you learn a little bit more about, and I live in a farming and ranching community. Let's look a little bit more about what's going to actually happen with this.
We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, we're going to give it to our farmers.
Over the last 8 years, the federal government has sent farmers over $130 billion in emergency aid. But when you follow where that money actually goes, it reveals who's really profiting from this system and why more bailouts won't fix it.
So when I get an aid package, okay, that money will never come to me. It comes straight through my hands into whoever I owe the money to.
When federal money is sent to farmers who have debts, like most small farmers, they quickly pass it on to the companies they borrowed from to buy the products they need to farm, like seed, fertilizer, and machinery. And the combined costs of those inputs have risen far faster than what farmers can sell their crops for on the market. Farmers pay 3 times higher on inputs than they did in the 1990s.
What has gotten us to this point is the mergers and consolidations of ag input suppliers. When I started farming, we had 5 or 6 Arkansas-based seed companies. Monsanto, there's none. There's none.
There you go. So, shocker, what's going to happen? Where's that bailout money go? It goes to fucking Monsanto. Doesn't go to the farmers. Look at this idiot. This idiot just said, cry about it. Cry about American farmers not being able to stay afloat. The people who literally provide food for this country, you fucking retard. Holy shit. Yes, we should be crying about American farmers being fucked over. How dumb are you? The people that produce the food for the country. God. You get blown away by how how stupid some people are, right? Cry about the farmers not being able to farm. Okay. We will, I guess. That's a good thing to cry about, I think. Anyway, my point is, instead of bailing out Monsanto, maybe, Trump, you could create conditions economically so that our farmers don't need to be fucking bailed out to begin with. You ever think about that? I don't know. Like maybe not sending $40 fucking billion to Argentina so their soybean farmers and their cattle ranchers can gut the American ranching and agricultural system by selling their shit to China cheaper than we can because you bailed them out. I don't know. Maybe that's a better idea than bailing out Monsanto. But what do I know? What do I know? I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, crazy to me, right, guys? And, not shocking. But here's another one. Let's check it out from our friendly neighborhood socialist, Bernie. This is rough to look at. Since Trump was elected, this is 10 months. 10 months. Mark Zuckerberg has gotten 25 billion richer. Jeff Bezos, 36. Larry Ellison, that's a problem. 78, and Elon Musk, $187 billion richer in 10 months. Yup. That's probably not good. Look at that. Yeah, socialism is anti-American. I want billionaires to have $1 trillion. I want trillionaires. I want trillionaires, damn it. This is capitalism. God. Okay. Sure. Great. I just watching people say shit like that. It's just so crazy to me. All right. Yeah, man. Let's make sure our billionaires become trillionaires. That's the most important thing right now. Also, fun little one, post that I saw that before we move on past economics here. Check this out. This is fun. Did you guys know Genesis 47, 2500 BC says slaves owned by the Pharaoh were required to pay him 20% of their income crop harvest. Slaves in 2500 BC paid a lower tax rate than the median U.S. taxpayer, who pays 24.8% income tax, along with 7.65% FICA taxes on his tax income, and then pays sales tax, property tax, gas tax, state income tax, depending if you live in a place like Oregon, and taxes on everything else. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that slaves, just admit you hate capitalism. Yeah, man. What did I just explain to you? Does this look like capitalism, you dumb fuck? Do you know what capitalism is? You think, wait, is there real, like, hold on. I got to do a poll just to see how dumb some of the people in chat are tonight. Not my regular viewers. You guys obviously are always well beyond this. The last poll, that was why 97% said no. Oof, rough for Tim Pool. Let's do a poll to ask you guys a little question here, which is, do you think America is a capitalist economy? I would love to see the results of this poll. I'm not going to give you any context. I'm just going to ask if you think this is a capitalist system that we live in. And then we'll go from there, because I think it's going to be interesting to find out here. Do you think America has a capitalist economy? Yes or no? That's all you got to say. I would love to see what you guys actually think. If you think America is a capitalist economy, would love to see it. This is going to be a fun one to see what you guys think. We know what this guy's going to say. This guy sounds like a liberal. No, you're just fucking dumb, and you're not smart enough intellectually to keep up with anything I'm talking about when it comes to the economy. because you probably think we live in a capitalist society. So let me know. Put it in there. Put it in there, guys. Tell me if you think we're in a capitalist economy or not. And then we'll talk about it. All right, let's keep moving, though. We're going to move into Democrats first. Democrats, Republicans, then foreign policy, and our greatest ally, of course. We have hit the point of Democrats first this week because we did Republicans last week. Let's do it. Let's jump into it. We've got a lot to talk about with Democrats this week. A lot of interesting stuff that's been talked about. Let's jump into it. Graham Plattner is leading the Maine Senate race primary by 20 points. Absolutely destroying in the primary. Very, very interesting. Says Graham Plattner isn't just weathering scandals. He has a massive lead in the state's Dem primary, according to a new poll, which does not surprise me at all. I think he has a very, very high chance to win. I want him to win. Even though he's a Democrat, I don't care. I like his stances on a lot of different things. Did he turn to AIPAC? I haven't seen him take AIPAC money, but if he did, that's going to be a big no-no. But he's got a good message. He's got an anti-corporate message, anti-oligarchy message, anti-war message, America First message. So, excuse me. Again, I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you're running on a platform that is pro-America and the working class Americans, you're going to get my support. Period. All right. That's the way it goes. All the people who are tribalists in the chat, well, you don't have to vote for them. All right. Let's see what the poll says here. Here we go. Do you think America is a capitalist economy? 26% yes. That's actually a lot higher than I thought we were going to get. I thought people would be a lot more educated than this. And 74% said no. So those of you who said no, you would be objectively correct. We are not a capitalist economy. We are a corporate oligarchy. That's what America's economy actually is. Or a corporate socialist oligarchy. A couple different ways you can look at it. There's absolutely nothing about our economy that is really capitalist at the end of the day. The amount of taxes you pay by itself, you pay a higher tax rate than people in China do, by the way. Communist China, you pay a higher tax rate than most socialist and communist countries do. So no, you're not in a capitalist society. You're in a corporate oligarchy. In my car, maybe? There's a little bag. Well, I don't know. You have to look for them. Sorry, daughter can't find her gloves for mixed martial arts tonight, of course. She better figure it out. She's in her testing to move up a belt this week. Anyway, what was I talking about? Sorry, wife came in. Oh, our economy. Yeah, obviously, guys, look at this. I'll show you this. I mean, we'll go back to this if we need to here. Where was that? Yeah. Friendly reminder. Take a look at this. No, this is not capitalism. This is corporate oligarchy. Right there. You don't need anything more than this chart to understand that. Okay. There you go. Anyway, keep it moving. So for those of you who say, you're a socialist, you're a liberal, you don't even know what those things mean at all. Okay, let's keep moving into Gavin Newsom, who's under fire for this super weird way he sits. The absolutely ball-crushing, very sort of effeminate way Gavin sits here. People are not happy about this. Internet goes nuts, play on words, over Gavin Newsom's odd testicle-crushing sitting pose. Yeah, this is this is pretty weird. Comments say, I've never seen a man crush his testicles harder than this dude. Trevor says, yeah, that's a major red flag. Another one says, LMAO, never trust anyone that sits like this. Yeah, this is kind of weird. But I don't know if you guys saw this. Obviously, Gavin is I think the first Democrat to announce that he's running for president. He's already getting backlash from Hollywood and the females in Hollywood, which is I was kind of surprised about. Here's Halle Berry, who came out and denounced Gavin Newsom. This was very, very surprising to me.
Back in my great state of California, my very own governor, Gavin Newsom, has vetoed our menopause bill, not 1, but 2 years in a row. But that's okay, because he's not going to be governor forever. And with the way he's overlooked women, half the population, by devaluing us in midlife, he probably should not be our next president either.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's really bad for Gavin. If the females in Hollywood, the females of the left, unite politically against Gavin Newsom's run, he ain't gonna be the choice. That ain't gonna happen. And that's gonna ruin my projection because I've already projected Gavin to win in 2028. But if the females in California and the female liberals unite against Gavin, he's cooked, boys. He like that is the key demographic for Democrats. You guys understand that, right? Democrat females run the party. And if they denounce Gavin, that ain't going to happen. He ain't going to make it. Especially like Hollywood, the big names. If Taylor Swift, Halle Berry, right, all the big Hollywood names come out against Gavin, he's cooked. Because he has to have that. He has to have that demographic. But another one I want to show you guys for Democrats. You guys are all, I'm sure, very, very well aware of all of the drama with Mark Kelly, right? And again, I've said before on this channel, I don't like Mark Kelly personally. However, I've defended Mark with what we've seen lately, with all this crazy shit attacking him. Because why? I don't know. He's a legit fucking veteran with multiple Valor Awards. Actually served in combat, badass pilot, NASA astronaut. I wildly respect Mark Kelly's service and his resume. I may not like him personally or his politics, but I wildly respect his fucking service, his military career. And so this, I see, is very, very interesting. And I noticed something with this. So I want to show you guys this clip. And I'll talk about why this is interesting after.
Jobs are down. Wages are flat. Costs are up. And this president is asleep. Like literally. He's falling asleep on the job. Like every day. And it's hurting the American people. He's doing nothing to try to help people with the cost of groceries and rent and healthcare. Think about this for a second. Jobs are down.
Okay, so what do you guys see from that? What I see when I watch that clip is that is an unofficial announcement that he's going to run for president in 2028. That's what I see. I see, yep, people said, Bobby says he's campaigning. Correct. I agree with you 100%, Bobby. What I see is that is his entrance into the 2028 presidential run. That's what I see with Mark Kelly right there. I'm sure, I don't know what you guys think, but that's exactly what I see happening. He's going to be the guy that's going to stand up to Donald Trump. I know Gavin Newsom's trying to be that guy too, but now that he's created, not necessarily he's created, but he has this back and forth controversy with Donald Trump. He's definitely, or at least, yeah, good point. Somebody said he's dipping his toes into the water. Yeah, I agree. He's soft launching his presidential campaign in 2028. How do we feel about that? Is the question. Now, I'll say this. If I have to, if we're going to have a Democrat president, which I believe we will, I don't think there's any Republican that can win following Trump's disaster. If we're going to have a Democrat president, would we rather have Mark Kelly or Gavin Newsom. For me, that's like the easiest fucking choice anybody has ever put before, and like ever put in front of me. Gavin, Mark Kelly. That might be a good poll to do. Now that doesn't mean we next. Somebody said Vance will be the next president. Who actually? There's people who think JD Vance is going to be. Well, hold on. Let me caveat this. The next elected president. Wait, is there people that think JD Vance is going to be the next elected president? Really? He might be president if Trump kicks the bucket. I just, come on. Trump is going to destroy JD Vance's political career before he leaves office. I promise you. JD Vance and Trump hate each other. You guys know that, right? You guys know they hate each other with a visceral passion. Trump ain't passing the torch, and we got clips to talk about this in this actual show. Let's do a quick poll. Here's a better poll. Actually, we know Gavin is going to be a front runner. Here's a better poll. Let's get two veterans. I want to see this because this is a conservative audience, right? We're probably about 50% conservative. I think, and then we had about 15% MAGA, 15-ish percent. I don't know, liberal, and then far left, far right, but pretty diverse audience. So I want to see if we just had, who would you vote for? Two veterans. And I got some interest. This is going to be interesting. Mark Kelly or JD Vance. This, I think, is very, very interesting with a majority conservative audience that we have here. You would initially expect JD Vance to carry this easily, but I'm going to be interesting to see what you guys think. If you had to choose between the two veterans, JD Vance, Mark Kelly, in the 2028 election, it comes to it, you got to vote for one. What do you guys think? Now, here's another interesting one. And again, this is why when I talked about why I really respect Mark Kelly as a man, as a service member, and a resume and kids, I mean, wildly impressive stuff, right? So Mark Kelly, American hero, legitimately, multiple Valor Award recipient. Mark Kelly has only had one wife. She was shot in the head in 2011 in a mass shooting. He retired from the Navy and NASA to care for her full time. And then you have the SecDef. Pete Hegseth's current wife is the woman he got pregnant when he was cheating on his second wife, who was also pregnant. So just from a purely like who they are as a human being, you know, there's that. So anyway, I'm going to be interested to see. We're going to keep moving with Democrats. We got to get into the Somali shit going on, right? Because this, obviously, we've seen Trump. He lost his mind on Somalis. I got my own opinions on this. We're going to talk about it. Might be controversial. I would expect, I'm not going to look at the poll yet, but I'm going to expect JD Vance is going to carry that poll. Not saying that's who I would vote for, but I would just expect JD Vance carries that poll based off of the demographic, and we're on a conservative channel right here. Anyway, let's take a look, because if you guys didn't know this, yeah, Minnesota is struggling as there's been billions of dollars worth of basically welfare fraud that's been going through that the Somalis been taking advantage of. And you guys know I've been very supportive of Islam and Muslims in this country. However, that is not necessarily the case when it comes to the Somali culture and population in Minnesota. And what I want to explain, for those of you who don't understand this, the problems with what's going on in Minnesota and the Somali culture has nothing to do with religion, has nothing to do with Islam. And actually, there's a large Ethiopian population there that's also causing just as bad problems, and they're all Christian. And so that's kind of some important context to understand. The reason why, and I've said this 100 times, why I think immigration is a big problem is immigrants who come here and cannot assimilate to American culture. And that is what they have demonstrated is they cannot assimilate because Somalia, guys, you know, Donald Trump called it a shithole. Hard to explain it any other way than that. They don't have a functioning government. It's basically a criminal pirate society. And again, has nothing to do with the religion there. The Northern Horn of Africa, even Sub-Saharan Africa, all have just as bad problems. Sudan is another one. Some places are Christian, some places are Muslim. Doesn't really change anything when it comes to the problems in the Northern Horn of Africa at all. What you have is third world country, place like Somalia, that is just not compatible with the United States. Okay. That's the truth. So, and what I want you to explain to you when I'm talking about this is if we look at Muslims or Islam, there is a big fucking difference between Dubai and Sudan. There's a big difference between the UAE and Qatar and Somalia. Both Islam, big fucking difference. Okay. Not even comparable. So this is real third world shit. And it's not just Africa. It's not just Islam. Same problem is coming in from Latin America, from third world countries that bring in third world culture, and they do not assimilate and they cannot assimilate. That is the problem in Minnesota. So for me personally, do I have a problem with Donald Trump's approach to the Somali culture and the Somali problem in America? I don't. And that might be controversial to you guys because I am very defensive of, you know, Muslims in this country, but not this group. Not this group. I'm sorry if that makes you guys upset, but I do not see them able to assimilate into American culture. And so for me, you got to go. Now, let's take a look at this, okay? And there's some reasons why I feel that way. Ilhan Omar is a great example of it. Here we go.
These people are just idiots. I really, you know, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And the fact that these people are allowed to say just the most ridiculous things tells you that the dumbing of the United States has arrived, because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
Okay, let's talk about this for a second. Ilhan Omar. She says Americans are so dumb that she can't have an actual intellectual debate. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about just IQ. She said an intelligent debate. Intelligence levels. The average American's IQ is 98. This isn't my data. Okay. The average American's IQ is 98. The average Somalian's IQ is 68. The level that's considered legally retarded is 70. Okay. The average Somali is, and again, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm saying this is statistics. The average Somali is considered to be legally retarded. And you are telling us as Americans that we're too stupid to have an intellectual conversation with you. Look, I'm sorry, Elon. It ain't gonna work. That's not how any of this works. Okay. Again, these are just numbers. If you think numbers are racist, then that's fine. Okay. I didn't make these numbers up. It is what it is. And the other problem when I talk about assimilation and why they're not assimilating, and guys, I am very sort of liberal when it comes to, and I am on this sort of topic. but not with the Somalis. And here's why.
xildhibaan ilhaan cumar oo magaca soomaaliya qalin dahab ah ku qortay qadiyadda ilhaan ma aha qadiyad ilhaan ma aha qadiyad minnesota ma aha qadiyad reer maraykan qadiyadda ilhaan waa qadiyad soomaaliyeed.
So there's Ilhan Omar standing right there. As he says, the interests of Ilhan Omar are not in America. They're not in Minnesota. They are in Somalia. I'm sorry. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Get the fuck out. That's not America first. I don't care what fucking country you're from. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what your race is. I personally don't. But if you come to this country and you say some fucking shit like that, get the fuck out of our country. Period. What are you doing here? Go back to the country that you're loyal to. And again, it has not, like, I'm not even being specific to Somalis. I'm saying they're the ones saying it. He's sitting there saying, Ilhan Omar is not loyal to America. She's not loyal to Minnesota. She's loyal to Somalia. And get the fuck out of here. We don't need you here. Right? That's very different than what you're seeing in places like Dearborn. You might see some of it, but like for the most part, a lot of that culture, or in Texas, has assimilated. Some people might disagree with that, but they're not actively saying shit like this. The other thing you got to ask yourself is the amount of money this fucking woman has made. She went from, and actually her net worth was negative $60,000 when she got into office. So this number, the bottom end number, isn't even right. She went from, and this is 65,000. I just realized I'm over the top of it. Let's do this. $65,000 in 2020. She is worth $30 fucking million in 4 years. How? Explain to me how. 65,000 to 30 fucking million in 4 years. That makes Dan Crenshaw's shit look like tiddlywinks, ladies and gentlemen. The insider trading butt pirate Dan Crenshaw couldn't touch those fucking numbers. So, and she's bitching about America. Go. Get the fuck out of here. And here you go. Here's some more. Could you imagine, like, the audacity of this fucking woman?
This is certainly not what the founding fathers of the American dream were thinking about when they said, that when they set out to write the Constitution.
So she's going to lecture us about the American dream. This isn't what the American dream is. You mean like coming from a war-torn, genocidal, insane, no government society and coming in as a refugee from Somalia and then becoming worth $30 million in the greatest country in the world? That's not the American dream. That's not what the founding fathers envisioned. Could you imagine the fucking audacity of that woman? And yeah, married her fucking brother. What are we talking about here? So again, this is one of those ones where I actually agree with Trump. I don't think those people need to be here because they haven't demonstrated that they have any interest in assimilating to the American culture and the American dream, I guess you could call it. So why are you fucking here? And again, you guys know me. I'm very, very liberal when it comes to immigrants. I don't care your race, your religion, your creed. If you come here and you wholeheartedly love America and you assimilate to the culture and you become an upstanding member of your local community, great. But that shit, nah, dog. Nah, dog. Later. All right. Let's keep moving because we got another one. Another one in the Democrat Party. Yes, Jasmine Crockett, who's now announced she's running for Senate in Texas, as she basically has been gerrymandered out of her congressional seat. Let's see. This one's a special. She's like Ilhan. Sorry. Look at that music.
Y'all look good. Y'all look real good. But are you fired up?
Oh, shit.
Are you ready to go? All right, Texas. Let's get down to it. I know y'all are ready to hear some good news, and some of y'all already heard it before you even got here. Yes, it is true. I am running to become your next United States Senator from the state of Texas.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dog. I'm running for Senate. Shit. Oh, shit. First of all, this fucking woman went to private school. You guys know that, right? Like her whole accent, her whole act, it's all a big fucking act. Everybody in the chat knows that, right? That she's not from the hood. She literally grew up in a highly privileged family and went to private school and a private college. Okay. We understand that's all an act, right? Oh, she Jamie running for Senate, y'all. Come on, dude. Fake as fuck. Also, she's bought by AIPAC. Okay. It's just another fucking AIPAC. Hold on. Let's get a little bit more from old Jasmine Crockett. See where she comes from.
Just this past week, I saw, I don't remember which celebrity, but it was actually a celebrity. And I was like, I don't know that that's not necessarily a bad idea, but I'd have to think through it a lot. One of the things that they propose is Black folk not have to pay taxes for a certain amount of time, because then again, that puts money back in your pocket. But at the same time, it may not be as objectionable to some people about actually giving out dollars. But obviously, then you start dealing with the different tax brackets and things like that. And that's one of the reasons that, we argue the reparations make sense, because so many Black folk, not only do you owe for the labor that was stolen and killed and all the other things, right? But the fact is, like, we end up being so far behind, right?
Okay. There you go. That's what she's running on. Black folk don't need to pay taxes. Okay. That's your platform. Let's talk about reparations real quick, and this might be a little controversial. You already receive reparations. You understand that, right? You're 13% of the population. You pay 6% of the taxes. You receive 23% of the welfare. What do you think that is? You understand what that is? That is reparations. You already receive it. Objectively. I know that's a hard thing for people to talk about. Then again, don't get mad at me for the numbers. Those are statistically true numbers. Okay, don't get mad at me for math. But what are you talking about? Somebody says, "Nate, that's not the same." Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. So, look, sorry. That's the way it goes. Okay. Now, this is actually very interesting. Did you guys see the Tennessee election? Republicans were over the moon. We did it. We won. Amazing. Well, this was a big fucking problem, actually. Because what we saw here in this election is if we go back just from 2016 to 2024, Republicans have carried that from plus 49 to 2024, plus 22, that House seat. That has dropped down to plus 9. And yes, a Republican won, but the fact that in Tennessee, an insanely heavily red district, had a plus 13% shift to the left since 2024, that is really bad news for the rest of the country when it comes for Republicans. Really bad news. Very, very bad news. 9% in a district that in 2016 was carried plus 49. Just 10 months ago was carried plus 22. That ain't good. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this. Our boy Biden's back. He's back on the scene. Let's see what he had to say 4 days ago.
Remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are. We're the U.S. Remember who in the hell we
Say
are.
that one more time.
We're the United States of America. That's who we are. We're the U.S. Remember.
Not sure what that was. The United States of America. So, I'll say this. As much as we complain about Trump on this channel, the reality is we could have had that. Yeah. Okay. When you look at it when you look at a one or the other fashion, you're like, oh shit. Okay. Not that I'm saying that we're going to be defense. We're getting into Republicans next, right? But I mean, my fucking God. We did have that. They got me. They got me. I got to change this. I got to change this hotkey on my mouse, guys. You see this side buttons? The side button right here. I'll show you guys. See the side button? That one? That button apparently backs out of my podcasting software if I press that button. I got to change the hotkey on that. I don't know why that's set up that way. Whoopsies. All right. Anyway, we're getting into the old guard Democrats here. All right. We got to talk about old Hill Dog. Hill Dog is back on the scene, and she's really been a gem lately. So let's see what old Hill Dog has been up to as she's been at. Where was she at? Doha? That's great. Let's see what she has to say.
I think it is a provable fact that most Americans and an even bigger percentage of young Americans get their news from social media. So I've had many conversations with very smart young people, not just Americans, but literally from around the world. And in talking with them about their views, they were certainly entitled to those views based on whatever information they had. But they did not always know why they were saying what they said. We are not doing a good job teaching history. We're not giving young people the kind of context that I think they need to be decision makers.
So what she's saying there is she's upset that independent media exists. And you don't just get spoon-fed all your information from mainstream media anymore. Oh, isn't that too bad? Isn't that too bad, Hill Dog? You know, the fact that we actually have, and she says, the information they receive, we have right now, today, the highest level of access to information we have ever had as human beings. Ever. And they're mad about that. They're real fucking mad that you can listen to someone like me and that we can sit here and discuss these things together independently without the big looming decision maker behind Nate telling him what he is or isn't allowed to talk about, which this is what happens at Fox News, on Sean Hannity, on Greg Gutfeld, on Jesse Waters, on CNN, on Rachel Maddow, on Morning Joe. This puppet hand decides what they can say. But they don't get to decide what Nate says, or Candace says, or Ian says, or Destiny says, or Hassan says. It doesn't fucking matter. And they don't like that. They really don't like that. And she expanded on that here when she said anti-Israel propaganda on TikTok flipped the narrative on October 7th. Yes, Hillary believes that it's propaganda that's caused all this anti-Semitism. It's not the fact that you can get on the goddamn internet and type in Gaza and, I don't know, see exactly what's been done there over the last 2 years, seen the destruction. You can see dismembered fucking babies. You think maybe that has more to do with it than the propaganda from the social media influencers? No, I think it has a lot to do with access to information. People can just see the goddamn truth now. All right? Let's just see this real quick. All right, how long does it take me to pull this up here? Okay, let's see. I can do this. All right. Here we go. Let's pull this up. Wait, what is this doing over here? Here we go. How long does this take me? 8 seconds. That's Gaza. There you go. 25 seconds because I had a little bit of was dealing with a little shit on my web browser. That's how long it took me to pull this up. That fast. There you go. I mean, that's insane. Looks like fucking Hiroshima. So to my point, Hill Dog, is it propaganda or is it the fact that the average person can see that with their own eyes? I love this, dude. No, it's not. Even Matt Tardio doesn't agree with that. Matt Tardio doesn't agree that that's real, or doesn't disagree that that's real. Okay. So no, it's real. I'm just saying, this is my point. It's not that we have propaganda. It's that we have access to information and we can now see what y'all been up to. Okay. And it's disgusting. Got it. We know that's disgusting, right? All right. What we're going to do, we got to get into, we got two more. We got Republicans and then we got the people we were just talking about in the back half. But like Jasmine just said, it is a, oh shit. You know what, guys? This is not good. When I got bumped out, I think I lost all the goddamn super chats. That's not going to be good. That's never happened before. Hold on. How did we lose these? No way. Hold on, sorry. That's going to be real bad for us if we lost all the super chats. Sorry, guys, hold on. No, I know those are at the top, but we've been getting them throughout the show. Let's see if I can, hold on. Pop out dashboard. Let's see if I can fix this. Insert ad, daily ads. Sorry, guys. I want to figure this out real quick. Because for whatever reason, when I refresh the stream, My super chats disappeared. Not all of them, but like a good portion of them. That's never happened before. It's gonna be a fucking problem. All right, star pop out dashboard. Wait, hold on. Maybe it's over here. Pop out chat. Maybe this is it. No, that's not gonna. Fuck. Shit. Guys, we may have just lost all the super chats. That's weird. I have the ones from. Hold on. Let me try to come back in and come back out and see if this fixes it. I have ones from back around 5:20, and then they disappeared from 5:24 to 5:10. Sorry, guys. Let me figure out some technical difficulties real quick. Stand by real quick. There they are. They came back. All right. Thank God. Ooh, that terrified me, guys. There's nothing that I hate more. You guys know I do like an entire stream after, like our streams with Jesse on Fire when, we can't get to the super chats. Nothing that I hate more than not being able to read your guys' super chats that have donated. So, whew, they're all back. They're all back. Okay, we're good. All right. So again, we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break, refill your drinks, use the bathroom, and we are gonna jump into Republicans. And there's some fucking good shit tonight to look out on that. All right, 2-minute break, our mid-show break, because my God, we're at 2 hours already, and we will be right back. Stand by. Oh, there she is. She was asleep. She was asleep on this one. Yeah. The sleepy munchkin. All right. The baby. The baby kitty. All right. Munchkin was sleeping, so she's probably not happy with me. She likes to sleep on my computer because it's warm, but I can't let her on here because I can't let you on there because you're gonna hit the keys. Want to go in here? Sometimes she likes to be. We'll see if she hangs out in there. See if she decides to stay or not. Oh, she might. Yeah, she might hang out with us. All right. There we go. We got Munchkin in the house and her cat tree. Gonna be a good half second. Oh, wait. What's she gonna do? Nope, she's out of here. All right, come on. Yeah, man. I thought she'd hang out. Thought we'd get her. Persian cat? No, that is she's a half Munchkin, half Scottish fold. Half Munchkin, half Scottish fold. That's Munchkin. She's the mascot of the show. Munchkin said, nope, we're out of here. She was completely asleep in her cat tree when I brought her in. She was not happy about that. But, we like to show Munchkin off. All right, we're back. Thank you for sticking around, everyone that did. Let's hit a couple super chats, and then we will jump into Republicans and all the weird shit going on. All right, let's see. I gotta catch back up to where we were here. I watched it in the playback. E4. Was it this one? Got that. All right, here we go. Busby says, I live in West Virginia. It's hunting season. Spotlighting is legal here. Does a bear shit in the woods? It's West Virginia. People were probably hunting. Oh, because of where Tim lives with the attack on his home. Yeah, what's the likelihood that there was just some gunshots outside, like in the vicinity, and he decided to turn that into a story about having a house shot out? I don't know. Who knows, guys? I'm not going to discredit anyone, but, he's the type of person that discredited Candace's claims, so fair is fair in that way. Culture Club says, no, you're not arrogant. Candace should appreciate your offer. I'm not saying that she doesn't. It's just the offer is open if she wants it. You don't think that it's crazy that someone spotted Brian Harpool on a base? Harpole on a base. I'm not saying that at all. We'll talk about that. What I'm saying is a bunch of the other things that Candace said are just objectively silly and wrong. Like Special Forces EOD techs. It's not a thing. Doesn't exist. So which tells me that information is probably not very good. All right. Sounds like an attention who? Gray Scout says, do other Green Berets know that you're out there shilling and killing for the deep state? Oh. What? What? No, because actual Green Berets that are active duty are the ones who are out there killing for the deep state, like I used to do. I'm a podcaster now. I'm not killing anyone. It's very bizarre. Talk to my buddies. They're the ones that are still active duty. And yeah, they probably wouldn't have a problem with it, I guess, because that's our job. I'm not really sure. That was a weird fucking comment. What does that say? Canada? It says Canada in his profile picture. Should have known. Sorry, Jasmine. All right. T. Brooks says, strike one. Are we still talking about that guy? Stronger two, not including the DNI and the bombing of Iran. Strike three, Charlie Kirk and not giving us the truth. For why you don't support MAGA? Yeah, actually, this is almost exactly where I lost support here. Are we still talking about that guy? Epstein? That was the number one. Bombing Iran was number two. We talked about that on the channel. And then, yeah, this stuff was pretty close to that. Very good comment. Yeah. I want the incumbents, not Massey or Rand, to lose. Yeah, I don't have a problem. I'm with you on that. I don't give a shit about any of these politicians, especially the incumbents. Candace had a much different message for Tim today. I'll have to take a look at that. I didn't get to watch the whole episode. I only watched the first 30 minutes or so, and then I had to get ready for the show. Nick is a Fed plant, not to be admired. Who admires Nick? I don't admire Nick. I just think he's important for the exact reasons I explained. Fuentes' no-fly list claim is laughable. He was acting up on a flight, not speech. Owen Benjamin called it long ago. Okay. Nate, look at the DISPO. Yeah, so here's another thing. Why is Gary, and again, I like Gary. Why is Gary all of a sudden attacking Candace Owens? Go look at his YouTube channel. Let me know what you think. Ask yourself, why is he out of nowhere attacking Candace Owens? I explained this earlier. Okay. It's not complicated why people are doing this. All right. And you can decide that for yourself. It's all pretty obvious to me. Yeah. All right. Tim's the newest member of the 7,000 Club, and he's not new, Pitsy. He's been there for a while. He's just good at hiding it. He's going to OD on estrogen. Nick is next. I hope Nick's not next, but we've seen some weird stuff from him lately. Case of adult diapers to Timmy for the next time he craps out. What gets me, Minnie and DC knows the who, what, and why, yet they all watch us from afar, looking at saying, ha ha ha, look at all these idiots while we go do XYZ. Yeah, but times are a-changing as we're all starting to see all their stuff. Good point, Drummed Up Beef. Gary PT versus Candace. I can guarantee you Candace Owens has no idea who he even is, nor will she see his video. So, but to my point, yeah, it's pretty obvious what's happening there. And again, I like Gary, but like we get the YouTube game, and it's fine. You know, do what you got to do. That's not a technique I'm using necessarily. I mean, I guess I do. I make fun of a lot of people. I just made fun of Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. Gave Nick a hard time, but also Nick attacked our group first. Nick attacked Ian. Nick said that I was retarded. So, in fairness, that was a rebuttal. You know what I mean? But, you know, you can go after whoever you want, I guess. It's fine. It's YouTube. Who cares? Who gives a shit? People attack me all the time on YouTube. Whatever. You know. What are you going to do? I got my own community. There's a lot of people who dislike me, and there's a lot of people who like my content. If you don't like my content, don't watch it. If you want to talk shit about me, great. At the same time, here's the thing. Here's how the way it also works. When Tim Pool does a bunch of content ranting and raving about Candace, what does that do? That drives the algorithm to Candace. Candace gets more popular. All these people, Ben Shapiro, Pierce Morgan, all these people that ranted and raved and bitched and moaned about Nick Fuentes, what did that do? Drove the algorithm to make Nick Fuentes more popular. So if you want to talk shit about me, that's fine. You just make my name more well known and more people come to my channel. And then a lot of times what happens is they come to my channel and they go, wow, actually I kind of like this guy. I'm going to keep watching his stuff. So that's usually how that works, you know? But it's YouTube. This is what I tell people, man. Keep in mind, we all understand here, guys. I want all of us to understand, even in our community, we're here for entertainment and enjoyment and to hang out together, maybe learn a couple things, right? Get a little bit of a knowledge from Nate from his career. That's it, man. That's what we're doing. This is my job. My job is to create content and entertain you guys. Anybody who takes it, I call it, guys, and you know, I learned this early from my mentor, Jameson Travels, who's basically been with me the entire way on my YouTube journey. Guys, I want you to understand, and I might be giving away the secrets on YouTube here that other content creators might get a little bit mad about. You guys want to hear some of the secrets of how this whole thing works? It's all WWE, guys. That's what this all is. Right? It's WWE. A lot of the drama, right? A lot of everybody going after everybody else. It's WWE. You think like Tim Pool actually gives a shit and is that upset about Candace Owens? Really? Really? No, it's all fake and gay, guys. I'm just here, and I'm sorry to be honest, right? Like, you know, I love doing it. This is a great job. I love my community, right? I love being here with you guys, but like, I'm here to entertain you, and hopefully you're entertained. Maybe you learn some things. Like, that's a benefit, right? But like, if you're coming here to like think, oh, fucking Nate, he's gonna change the world and he's going after all these people. Like, I don't have any ill will towards any of these people we talk about at all, right? I'm just trying to entertain you guys, trying to have a good time, transfer a little bit of knowledge. That's what it's about, right? If you're not entertained, why are you even watching my content? I'm not saying it's scripted. None of it's scripted. But again, I'm not here to try to tell you I'm the biggest expert in the world and I'm going to solve every case. Like some people are trying to tell you, right? I'm just here to entertain y'all, and we're here to have a good time together. Right? Right? Am I right, chat? And yeah, I just kind of call it like I see it. Anyway. Somebody said I'm the nature boy. Woo! Woo! A little bit of that. That's what we got going on here. All right, we got to keep moving with some super chats, and we're going to jump into the episode. Rest of the episode. Professor, oh my gosh, with a giant $200 dono. My God. Candace Owens for president. Ian Carroll for VP. You for SecDef. You know, here's what I'll say. Let me read the rest first. Make it happen. Run the country just like these podcasts. Thank you all for what you're doing. Whenever people tell me, like, you should run for office, you should be the director of the FBI, all these things, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm okay. But SecDef is an interesting one. Would I do a better job than Pete Hegseth at Secretary of Defense? There's not many jobs I would say, like, I know that I would be better at than somebody. I would 1000% be infinitely better at the job of Secretary of Defense, not than a lot of other people, but than the current one. That I can promise you. There's a lot of people, even my friends and my teammates and people I work with, that would be much better SecDefs than me. But would I be better than Pete Hegseth? Yes. Would I be better a better FBI director than Kash Patel? Yes. I can confidently say those two things. Not because I would necessarily be the best, but because they're both so worthless and retarded that I could name about 50 other of my buddies that would also be way better at those jobs than the people that we have. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I appreciate it, Professor. That's a good comment. Thank you very much, man. All right, America First is more important than any one person. Very true. I agree with that. Jocko Lacko, good. Lebanese man born here. I don't know if you even know about Jocko since you're from Lebanon, but still a Jocko joke. Me and the family all love your content. Based as fuck. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Oscar says they probably can't play that in the UK because of Nick. Yeah, there was a lot on that episode. I'm sure they didn't play on Pierce. There was a bunch of clips that I was like, oh, I can't use those on YouTube. Ulawehi, sorry if I said that wrong. Yes, this is their main system of control. Would not even think growing up, and we like Candace too because she says this is not okay. She validates our own observations. You rock, Nate. Thank you very much. All right, we're doing a couple more, then we're going to jump back into the episode. Sounds like Tim was involved in TPUSA money laundering. I don't know about that. Read Manufacturing Consent by Noam Chomsky. I haven't read that, but I should. Noam Chomsky is obviously a must read. We love women and the boobies. Also, here's 5 schmeckles from the VA. Check us. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, man. How do you it's so weird to me, dude. Again, that comment we talked about earlier. Like women are the worst to be around. Really? Again, like every party and nightclub I've ever been to when I was younger, our biggest complaint was there wasn't enough women there. So anyway, I'm 5'0" and ugly, and I've also had great experience with women. You just have to be a decent person. That's very true too. Man, let's coping and seething. You know what's crazy about this one? My best friend, growing up and also into like college and the party scene, was 5'6", and he was better with women than I think anybody I've ever met in my entire life. So there's that. Personality and good looking. Man, let's coping and seething. Yeah. Having basic respect towards women and a strong sense of morality doesn't make you a simp. White knight is being raised correctly. Too many goofy individuals in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. I can see where we're at in this, where we are in this conversation. Yeah. 100% agree with you. If you think somebody's a white knight because they say they like being around women, you're gay. Like, you're gay, dude. You're a gay man. If you think that's weird that I like being around women, you're gay. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm very social libertarian. I'm very supportive of the gay community. But you're gay. Okay? So maybe you just kind of got to come to some realizations about yourself. If you don't like women that much, you're probably gay. And that's fine. Just embrace it. All right. Salt and Peppers says, thank you for having women's backs. Real men talk and act like this. Yeah, of course. Again, we love women on this channel, man. Call me a white knight. I really don't give a fuck. It's fine. No problems with that. You know, that's interesting. White knighting. My whole thing about traditional masculinity is your entire purpose as a man, on this world and your life is to protect, provide, and live in acts of service of your community, and protect, provide specifically women and children. That's literally what masculinity means. That's it. That's your sole fucking purpose in life. If it's anything other than that, you haven't figured it out yet. So, yeah, white knighting, okay. That's not really an insult. Anyway, some men will get there, some never will, and that's fine. But that's how I live my life. It's the way I was raised, and that's how I live my life every single day. So there's that. All right, let's jump back into the episode. Let's get to the Republicans. Okay, here we go. So Milo, who everybody was super pissed off about the things he said about old Benny and some other people, he had a great point here. Talking about him, he was talking to Tim Pool here, who Tim Pool was again saying Candace Owens is responsible for all the bad things in the world. This was Milo's response.
Agree with all of this. That is the moment Trumpism died. I agree. And don't we need a reckoning? And if that reckoning comes through the obviously, I promise I'm nearly done, the obviously inadequate account from the feds and Turning Point about what happened around, before, and after Charlie Kirk's death, where his ride or die homegirl is asking questions that have exposed some inconsistencies and some questions, and which seem to point to a different etiology for the crime than the one that we're being told. And when everybody from Turning Point looks so sinister, suspicious, and guilty all the time, and they're losing to her. Respect the public on that, at least. I agree with all.
Nailed it. He's exactly right. The public is not going in the way of the FBI and Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. The FBI, or the public, is going in the way of Candace. And they don't like that. And you may not like that. But that's reality. You know? It is what it is. But I'm sure you guys see this. We have to talk about this first. This has to be first. This is the dumbest, most ridiculous, obnoxious, pathetic thing I've seen my entire fucking life. And that was Donald Trump being awarded a fake made-up peace prize by FIFA, the soccer organization, and him acting like it's the Nobel Peace Prize. When we talk about the fucking clown show world and country that we're living in, this is the epitome of it. This is so dumb, but also the fact that this is all it takes to win this fucking guy over. Just literally, you guys understand this FIFA Peace Prize, this isn't like it's been around for 50 years and someone wins it each year. They literally made it up on the spot. First time it's ever been given out. It's just a fucking fake made-up award. And this was Donald Trump's response to this fake made-up award.
Thank you very much. This is truly one of the great honors of my life. And beyond awards, Johnny and I were discussing this. We saved millions and millions of lives. The Congo is an example. Over 10 million people killed, and it was heading for another 10 million very quickly. And it just... the fact that we could do that, India, Pakistan, so many different wars that we're able to end.
Okay. So Donald Trump won a made-up fake peace prize because he saved 1 million lives in the Congo from a war he ended. And yet, 7 hours ago, this news headline, 200,000 flee new advance of Rwanda-backed M23 rebels in Congo despite peace deal. Yes, there was no peace. There is no end of the war. This is still raging on. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Nothing. There was no peace in the Congo. Nothing happened. And yet we made up a fake award for a war, a fake ending to a war that's still raging on. What? What? And this isn't the only one. We got more to look at. More fake wars, or not fake wars, real wars that he's fake made up ending. We're going to get to. It's just, I'm blown away. But in this same acceptance speech, he also said this. Donald Trump, hey, MAGA, come get your boy.
When you look at what has happened to football in the United States, it's, again, soccer in the United States, we seem to never call it that because we have a little bit of a conflict with another thing that's called football. But when you think about it, shouldn't it really be called? I mean, this is football. There's no question about it. We have to come up with another name for the NFL stuff.
Wow. You hear that? Donald Trump thinks that American football needs a new name. Could you imagine if Barack Obama would have said that? Could you imagine if Joe Biden would have said that? Hey, MAGA, you're cool with that? You're cool with him shitting on the NFL and saying soccer is the real football? Wow. Wow. America first, huh? Whoa. Whoa. You think MAGA would be triggered, but you know what MAGA's response is? You know what MAGA's... Guys, guess what MAGA's response, like the actual MAGA supporters, guess what their response is going to be to that? Their response is going to be, yeah, we should call soccer football. That's going to be their response because their daddy said it. It's just insane. Like you would, any American president would have said that. Oh my fucking God. The backlash would have been insane. What else has our boy Donnie been up to? Let's talk about it.
They show him sleeping on the beach. Yeah. You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera. And then they show him.
This dude, Sleepy Don. You thought Joe Biden was caught falling asleep on camera like 2 or 3 times, which, again, here's the deal, guys. These motherfuckers are 80 years old. They're 80 years old. This is what 80-year-old men do. 80-year-old men fall asleep during the day. Okay? They do. I'm not even knocking them for it. But the point is, maybe we don't need 80-fucking-year-old people as president of the United States. Maybe that's the answer. Okay? I'm not knocking 80-year-old men for falling asleep at 1 p.m. in a press conference. I'm not. They're fucking 80. They're almost dead. But this is maybe why we don't need these fucking people running the country. You know? Because they kind of lost their fucking minds a little bit. And this is Joe and Trump. And here's how we know. Check this out.
So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you. So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up.
Okay. So his poll numbers are way down, but with smart people, they're way up. Oh, that's good stuff right there. Now, is that true? I don't know. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump put in the best performance for a Republican presidential candidate among young voters since George W. Bush did back in the early 2000s. And, you know, he started off his term, his net approval rating among voters under the age of 30 at plus 10 points. Hey, that's pretty gosh darn good. But you come over now, according to CBS News,
my God.
this isn't falling into the water. This isn't going underseas. This is going into a deep, dark, black hole.
That is insane. Now, you may argue, well, that's the young demographic, and like Trump said, well, they're not smart. So that's who he's losing with. Guys, that is a 56-point swing. 56-point swing in 9 months. What? I don't think any politician has ever had a 56-point swing in 9 months. That is the craziest shit ever. That's the young demographic, the 29 and under demographic. And again, you think Republicans are going to win the midterms when the incumbent is minus 56 points in 9 months? 9 months. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen. And here's another big problem for Republicans. This has been, if you guys have probably seen this, there's been a lot of talk about this. It says multiple Republican lawmakers and aides have told Puck News that an exodus of House Republicans is likely coming in weeks. One estimate puts the number as high as 20 new announcements, with most retirements expected from members in safe Republican seats and thus unlikely to imperil the majority. So what they're saying here is 20 Republican House members are talking about retiring. Now, is this randomly because it just happens that 20 Republicans just don't want to be in politics anymore? No. What this means is they see the writing on the wall, and in politics, you don't want to lose an election. If you lose an election, you're pretty much, especially as an incumbent, your political career is done. You're fucking done. But if you leave office, you retire, well, then you have the opportunity to come back later, right? You can't afford to lose. You can't afford to lose. And so they see the writing on the wall and they're saying, fuck this. We aren't going to run. I'm not going to destroy my legacy thanks to the sway of where everything's going to the left now, right? So that's not good for Republicans either. But what has the Trump family been up to? Well, I'm sure they haven't been doing anything sketchy. They haven't been doing anything corrupt, I'm sure. What's Don Jr. up to 4 days ago? Update. Don Jr. Back startup receives $620 million from the Pentagon. So, yeah. The president's son's company just received $620 fucking million from the government. So that's not probably corrupt. Nothing to see there. Just, almost $1 billion from the government to the president's son's company. Your tax dollars. But, at least this guy, at least he's got his shit together.
This person anymore. And so I do think that's important because, again, I've seen what they try to do to so many people. I was one of the early guys calling.
Guys, I got to tell you, the second I saw this, there was only one thing I could think of. And I'm going to show you the only thing I could think of that reminded me of Don Jr. And that is this. The second I saw him, all I could think about is this dude looks like Plankton. He's got a Plankton body. He looks like Plankton from SpongeBob. I mean, legitimately. Am I crazy? Pull this back up. He's got a Plankton body. He no shit looks like Plankton from SpongeBob. That's him. Am I wrong? You guys see it? Like, he's got the smallest skeletal frame I've ever seen in my life. His shoulder to neck distance is, and he's not short. He's shorter than me, but like, he's not that short of a guy. That's insane. Isn't that insane? I wish I could put him side by side. I can't right now. But like, that's plankton, dude. And so this is kind of one of those things I've been talking about and this is kind of what we're trying to do in the space, is get people to realize all of these like conservative men, and we talked about it in the video yesterday with all the in the closet gay Republican men, which seems to be a crisis at this point. All of these just physically weak, frail, conservative men like Don Jr., Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Dave Rubin, Michael Knowles, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson. I'd say Talmoon Tatum, but he's just fat. What is going on? This is supposed to be like the masculine party, right? I don't understand it, because then I look at like Cenk Uygur, built dude. Even Hassan, built dude. I'm looking at all these Democrats who are infinitely more in shape than all of these like effeminate conservative men. It's very, very weird. And I'm not trying to talk shit to anybody in the chat that's, a little bit of a beta. But I'm just saying, like, this is supposed to be the masculine party, right? The conservative party, the party of men. And they're all just little fucking pussies, dude. They are. I'm sorry. Is anybody? Am I wrong, chat? Am I off on this? It just seems, this is the way it looks. I'm not sure. Like, again, plankton bodies. So just a bunch of plankton body men. But anyway, it's very, very odd. You're wrong about Cenk. He's fat. Yeah, he might be. But he's not a little twig. I'm just saying. It's very odd to me. Because I look at all of my friends in the space. They're conservative. JD DeLay, Dan from Heavy Duty Country, Jesse with Fire, Ian Carroll. I can go down the line. Every single one of those dudes is big, fit, in shape, potentially dangerous, physically capable. You don't got to be like giant. You don't got to be fucking jacked out of your mind. You don't got to be gigantic, but like take care of yourself a little bit. Jake Shields, Dan Blazarian, RFK Jr., that's another one. Oh my God. Did you guys see RFK Jr. do 20 dead hang pull-ups today? Ian's scrawny? No, he's not. Ian's fucking huge, dude. Ian's gigantic. Ian's not scrawny, by the way. He's 6'6". He's not as big as me, like big-wise. Ian's big boy. RFK, 20 somebody said Black Scout survival. Yep, that's another one. Right? All of these, Ian's a crazy rock climber. But my point is, that's what the conservative male space, that's what's going to take over. That's what is taking over. And all of these Tim Pools and Ben Shapiros and Matt Walsh's, I'm a man, I have a beard, as Nick Fuentes would say. Well, he's just this frail, tiny little man. All on the way out. Sorry. You got to go. It's time for you guys to go. All the fake conservatives, the fake masculine men, the Ben Shapiros being the tough guys of the world. No more. We're not doing that. Nick Fuentes is not one of those guys, but he's 27. Maybe Nick, we can get Nick on the juice. We get Nick on the juice, maybe. Somebody says Benny Johnson is a badass. Benny Johnson might like badass. I don't think Benny Johnson is a badass. Personally. So I'll tell you this. Oh, do I want to give the tea? Do I want to give the tea? Have I had enough to drink tonight to give the tea? Do I want to give the tea? Let's give the tea. I can't give it all the way because I got told this in confidence by a close friend who again, is 100. I can 100% tell you it's accurate information, but I can't give you all the tea. I can give you some of the tea. So I will tell you this. Gossiping is kind of gay. Ooh. Why are you here then? Go watch Walter Cronkite, bro. Let's get the fuck out of here. What do you think this channel is? What do you think this channel is? Gossiping is gay. Meh. Okay, why don't we look at the last video I put out on my YouTube channel, guy? If you need a little reality check of where you are right now, let's look at this. This was the last YouTube channel or the last YouTube video I put out. Look at this. Look at this thumbnail. It's a rainbow flag, which a bunch of in-the-closet homosexual Republicans, and it says slay queens. What do you think we're doing here? Yes, we're doing gossip drama here. That's what we're here for. If you don't like that, maybe go watch something else. Okay? Anyway, let's get to the tea. Here's what I'll say. Do you guys think, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Poll's going to be important here. Uh-oh, wait, why can I not see the chat here? Let's see if this works. What the hell? Hold on. I got to refresh this real quick for the poll, guys. See your guys' chat. I don't see anybody chatting. 0 viewers. That can't be right. All right, I got to restart this from the beginning. The poll's important. Let me pull it up. Reboot. It's going to be important. It's going to be important to the discussion. Hang with me for a second here. Work through a little technical difficulties. All right, there we go. There we go. Now we're back. Now we're cooking with gas. All right, poll here. This is going to be important. So I'm sure you guys saw we showed the Milo. Did we show the Milo? Anyway, Milo, if you didn't watch my video, Milo came out. He said Benny Johnson's in the closet. Everybody knows that he was upstairs with and this is this is Milo's direct quote. This is not me saying this. Okay. Not that I'm worried about getting sued. Trust me. But Milo said, everybody knows that Benny Johnson is an in-the-closet homosexual and that 3 sasses in a row, the Student Action Summit, I believe it is, for Turning Point USA, he was upstairs with young men, not underage men, by the way. Milo did make sure to say that, and that his wife was downstairs in the lobby bawling her eyes out because her husband was upstairs engaging in gay sex with other men. Okay, and this is what Milo said, not me. Now, if you were to say that about someone and it wasn't true, you would sue the fuck out of them, right? For defamation, if it was just made up on the spot. So my question to you guys is, will Benny sue Milo for defamation? Question mark. I want to know what you guys think before I talk about this. Will Benny sue Milo for the things that he said? And I could probably pull those back up if I didn't show you guys. Actually, I'll just pull up my YouTube video here because I have it there. So that way I don't have to find the clip. Let's do that real quick. We'll actually just show the clip of Milo. And then you guys can decide in the poll if you think that, where is it? Here we go. Right here. Let me know what you guys think.
So Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
But go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability. The audacity. There's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued.
Okay, so now there's a context of Milo said. Now, the reason why I want to get the poll, and I'm asking you guys what you think, if you think he will sue or not. I know a lot of people understand the way lawsuits work and defamation and things like that. Defamation is very complicated, but we're seeing it in the chat, discovery. So for those of you who don't know how lawsuits and defamation and a lot of other lawsuits in general work, but mainly defamation works, is there's a process called discovery. If it actually goes to trial, what that discovery means is both sides have the ability to pull evidence, and that includes subpoenas. And you can subpoena any fucking person that you know that was involved in any of this, which would include, in Milo's case, he could subpoena any one of these supposed men that Benny was with. What's the problem with that? Well, if Benny sues and Milo can subpoena literal fucking witnesses, he's fucked. Immediately fucked. And so if you decide that you want to sue for defamation, it's going to go to discovery. There's going to be the subpoena process. So this is what I'll say for the T. Okay. I can guarantee you Benny Johnson will not sue Milo. He may file a lawsuit, draft the entire thing, but I do not personally believe that this will ever make it to trial and discovery. Based off of what one of my friends who used to work at the same place Benny did and told me a few things he watched with his own fucking eyes. He asked me not to share exactly what those things were, but I can tell you it grossed me the fuck out. And he's somebody I trust deeply as someone who's worked on some pretty sensitive things with me before in the past. So, yeah. Again, I don't know all the drama, but I do know a close friend of mine who saw things with his own eyes that can sort of corroborate Milo's point. So, that's all I can give you. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you more. But, and again, the things he told me like made me want to vomit in my mouth. So I'll tell you that. But I don't think there's any lawsuit coming. And Milo seemed quite confident that there's no lawsuit coming. Also, I didn't realize that this wasn't even like a surprise to most people. I hadn't heard about this stuff before, but tons of people were like, oh yeah, that's common knowledge. And you're like, oh, wow. Somebody said, where was this? I love these comments. Okay, but who cares about this, honestly? I don't know, 7,000 people that are watching this right now. Why are you here? What are you doing? Dude, go turn on Bluey. Like, what channel do you think we're watching? You're here to be entertained. We're talking about the craziest shit that's going on in the Republican Party right now. We're talking about Republicans. This is the section of the show where we talk about all the crazy shit going on with Republicans. And yes, Milo saying that shit on Timcast 2 days ago is relevant to the crazy shit going on with Republicans right now. Do we get that? Do you understand where you are? Yeah. Are you not in a little gladiator meme? So, again, I don't know anything for sure because the whole in the closet gay Republican scene isn't my scene. But from people who have seen things with their own eyes, who I trust completely. I'll just say that's just kind of how I feel about it. All right, let's keep moving. We got to keep moving. We're getting a little over the top. All right. Anyway, where did we pivot from? We pivoted from this is where we started, guys. That was like we went way into left field. We started with Don Jr. and his plankton body, and that's where we ended up. Oh my God. Holy shit. That was a wild rabbit hole. Somebody said squirrel. Yeah, Nate squirreled pretty hard on that one. All right, we're back on it, okay? Now, this is where I wanted to get back to. Remember those wars that Donald Trump ended? Remember those? This was 7 hours ago. Secretary Marco Rubio says, again, the Thailand-Cambodia war that Donald Trump says he ended, by the way, Marco says on, today at 9 a.m., the United States is concerned by ongoing fighting and casualties along the Cambodia-Thailand border. Both sides should immediately cease hostilities, protect civilians, and return to the de-escalatory measures outlined in the Kuala Lumpur peace accords. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Another war that he just didn't end and said he ended. Do you guys see what he's doing? The same thing as the ceasefire in Gaza, when they're still just like bombing the shit out of Gaza and killing Palestinians every day. What they realized they could do is they could just say that there's ceasefires and they could just say they ended the wars. Like, no, we ended those wars. Like, nothing changed. The wars aren't over. They're still killing each other. They're still at war in the Congo. They're still at war on the border of Cambodia and Thailand. But he ended those wars. What are we doing here? Do you guys see this? Does this stuff drive you crazy when you see this? And you're just like, are people this retarded that when they see Donald Trump say shit like this, they're just like, yep, that's my president. Ended 8 wars. And you're like, what are you talking about? You didn't end any of those wars. What's another one? I don't know. Ukraine, Russia. You said you were going to end in the first 24 hours. Like, oh, that's also, guys. What happened to that Ukraine, Russia peace deal last week? It's just not. We're just not talking about that anymore because it didn't work out. It's so crazy to me as someone that pays attention and is just like, hey, what do you mean 8 wars that you ended? Because you didn't end any of them. Technically, the one he ended was the Israel-Iran war, 12 days that Israel started, and then we bombed Iran, and then we just all decided that everybody won. That was like the one war. That's not a war, by the way. A 12-day bombing conflict. Very odd. But don't worry. We got some foreign policy stuff coming up. Speaking of Iran, Let's find out why we have to go to war with Venezuela.
The Venezuelan regime is a source of instability in the entire region. Over 8 million Venezuelans have flooded into neighboring countries as a result of the regime's activities within their own country, including into the United States. They also happen to be the foothold of Iran. That's not spoken about enough. Iran, its IRGC, and even Hezbollah has a presence in South America, and one of their anchor presence, especially for the Iranians, is inside of Venezuela. So the Venezuelan regime is a source of instability.
Oh, that's why we have to invade Venezuela. Because Hezbollah and Iran are in Venezuela now. Really? Really? That's what we're going with? Is Hezbollah is controlling Venezuela? What? Iran is I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Iran is controlling Venezuela now. It's just okay. Like you can just fucking say whatever you want, because then Jesse Waters will repeat it on Fox News, and then MAGA will be like, "Yeah, get Iran. They're in Venezuela." You're like, okay, dude. I mean, so it's now where was that? Now I need a whiskey. Yeah, dude. So crazy that they're just like, fuck it. Fuck it. Say Iran is in charge of Venezuela. That way we can invade it. They don't know any better. They're all retarded. All right, we got quite a few little Marco. He's been on a tear lately. See what else he had to say.
Also, it's interesting, if an aircraft carrier of the United States was deployed off the coast of Japan, or was the coast in the Pacific somewhere, or was deployed in the Mediterranean, or in somewhere off the coast of Europe, everybody would be happy, because it would show America's commitment to our security partnerships that we have around the world. But somehow, if an aircraft carrier and our naval assets are deployed in our own hemisphere, that's problematic. I would say that if you're focused on America and America first, you start with your own hemisphere where we live.
Okay, there we go, Marco. So Marco is saying the reason why we're going to invade Venezuela is because that's America first. Invading Venezuela is America first because they're in our hemisphere. Okay, so let's see how this straw man argument's really working for Marco here. Okay, so he says, because again, what he's saying is people are bitching about the fact that you have an aircraft carrier sitting off the coast of Venezuela as you're bombing fishing boats and threatening to invade them. He says, if an aircraft carrier of the U.S. was deployed off the coast of Japan or the Pacific or the Mediterranean, everybody would be happy. Well, guess what, Marco? We're not bombing fishing boats off the coast of Japan and the Pacific and the Mediterranean. Donald Trump isn't threatening to invade Japan with those aircraft carriers. That's the difference here, is that we have an aircraft carrier plus 15% of our entire naval assets sitting off the coast of Venezuela as we're bombing the shit out of them, as we're threatening to invade their country. That's why this is different, dude. Do we not understand the difference here? I mean, we can say whatever we want. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter at this point. So, all right, let's move into, we did enough of Trump. What's Trump's cabinet got going on? Well, J.D. Vance, who, again, did I miss the poll? What did the poll say about, I missed the one on Vance. Well, will Benny sue Milo for defamation? 85% said no. Smart people there. What was the results of the Mark Kelly J.D. Vance? I didn't see it. Would J.D. Vance win in that poll? Anybody remember what the numbers were on that? Kelly won. 63% said Kelly. They would vote for Kelly over J.D. Vance. Really? 67% Kelly over Vance? Holy shit. That's in a conservative audience. A conservative audience just said 65-35. They'd vote for a Democrat over J.D. Vance. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, well, that proves the point that JD Vance has no path to victory whatsoever. And here's why. Because he can't get ahead of himself long enough to talk about Israel and anti-Semitism. So what did he have to say a couple days ago? Judging anybody based off their skin color or immutable characteristics, I think, is fundamentally anti-American and anti-Christian. I agree. I do think it's important to call this stuff out when I see it. When I talk to young conservatives, I don't see some simmering anti-Semitism that's exploding. So JD Vance disagrees with fellow Republicans who have warned the rise of anti-Semitism. So JD is kind of maybe, I don't know, guys. Is he seeing the writing on the wall? Is he seeing the did Nick Fuentes get to him? Because we watched him kiss the wall. Peter Thiel, his daddy, is he allowed to say that? Or does JD Vance see that he has no path to victory unless he moves towards America first? I think we all kind of see the writing on the wall on that, right? Who else in the Trump administration's got stuff going on? Oh, yes, tough guy Dan Bongino. Let's see what he had to say.
This is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliched, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip this was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this attorney general and this president for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early.
What is he talking about? What are you talking about? This go get the bad guys? You mean like the Epstein clients? Those might be some good bad guys to go get. What are you talking about, Dan? You've arrested no one for nothing. What bad guys are we talking about here? Can somebody fill me in on what bad guys the FBI has gotten? Because I'm not sure who they are. I missed it. This feels like this. You guys see stuff like this? So, Holman says, Trump rescues over 62,000 kids from human trafficking. That's an amazing headline. That's incredible. That's absolutely fucking incredible. I think this is fantastic. Who are these kids? Where did you rescue them from? I would assume 62,000 kids, you rescued them from sex traffickers. You rescued them from places that they were being held prisoner or kidnapped from, right? Where's the perp walk? Who had these kids? Who have you arrested? What are you fucking talking about? Where are the kids? Where's the people you've arrested that have trafficked these children? Because it's no one. So you magically rescued 62,000 kids that were where? From being trafficked by who? Nobody? You guys understand like how these headlines are working? Nothing happened. There was no kids rescued. They just randomly said that. If 62,000 fucking children were rescued from a massive sex trafficking operation, all you would see on every news outlet is all of the perps who got caught and arrested who were part of this massive sex trafficking ring, child trafficking ring. But you saw nothing. No one. No one was arrested. No kids shown. Who are these magic kids? You see how this works? They just make shit up. Someone says it's classified. Yeah. Yeah, it's classified. 62,000. That's like a small city. What are you fucking talking about, dude? You didn't rescue anyone. It's fucking crazy to me at this point that this is like just. But we got people like this. Old Danny boy. These are the people just shit-faced drunk after, I don't know, you just got banned from international travel for 3 months because you were shit-faced drunk in Mexico and, caused a bunch of problems with your female coworkers, Dan. Maybe you shouldn't be drunk in an interview, but.
Can't recall any time in my history doing counterterrorism operations where we strike a group, whether that's a building or a boat or a vehicle, and then we were like, oh, well, they're survivors. We have to go. We can't kill them. Of course we killed them.
Number one, is he not drunk in that video? And number two, did he just confess to a war crime?
So, no, he didn't confess to a war crime. What he said isn't wrong. That's what we do every single time we strike people. Okay. However, that dude is shit-faced drunk. And he's in a suit and he's at work. And that's just cool. This is just the Trump admin. You can just be shit-faced drunk at work. Who gives a fuck? Also, this is kind of amazing, guys. Have you seen this? Look at the pardons. Oh my God. This is amazing. This is real, by the way. The number of pardons. Now, a lot of people will say, Joe Biden did 4,000. No. Joe Biden only pardoned 80 people. And then he commuted the sentences of about 4,000 nonviolent weed, like marijuana, which I actually agree with, sentences. Trump, however, has issued 1,500 fucking pardons in 10 months. Almost all of these are people that have paid the administration to be pardoned, by the way. That is so fucking crazy, dude. They don't even care anymore. They're just like, yeah, fucking send it, dude. As long as you pay me $1 million, you get pardoned. That's how it works. Wild shit. And January 6th with a bunch of those also. But still, there's been a shit ton on top of that, right? Especially finance, corrupt finance. Let's listen to what the Mooch has to say about J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. And I actually thought this was really good because, again, I don't think J.D. Vance has any path to victory, but this was a really good point that he made. Yep. So, I actually agree with that. Oh shit, no sound. Hold on. No sound. God damn it. Hold on. Shit. There should have been sound. I got a little error message real quick. Let me reset real quick. All right. Let me retry that. I want you guys to see that one. It was a really good clip. Let's see. Here we go. There it is. All right. Let's try again. Let me know if you guys hear it.
Successor, I predicted it won't be J.D. Vance.
All right. Can we hear it?
Is Trump Trump's natural successor. I predict that it won't be J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance is going to get shoved into the wood chipper by Donald Trump before this is over. If you think Vance is going to be successful, pick up the phone and call Mike Pence, and you'll get a sense for what it's like to be that close to Donald Trump. What about Donald Trump Jr., even more remote than him? What about Eric Trump? So I'm just throwing out names to you guys. I don't think it's going to be Vance or Rubio. What say you, Caddy?
Vance doesn't have the grip on the MAGA movement, and he doesn't have the charisma, as you would say, Anthony. He doesn't have the Riz, which is your new favorite expression.
All right, so, all right, the mooch. I think he's 100% right here. I think and obviously I've said this 100 times. JD Vance has no path to victory, but he brings up a great point. Is that Donald Trump destroys people close to him. And especially what's going to happen, I believe, after the midterms, Trump becomes a lame duck president. He can't do anything done. He's going to be lashing out at everybody. That's when he's going to start firing people. I think after the midterms is when you're going to see, Cash get fired, Bongino get fired, Noam get fired, maybe Stephen Miller get fired. Like, that's when the firings are going to start because he got nothing done. And he'll probably start blaming JD Vance, and he's going to blame Marco Rubio, and he's going to blame all these people close to him, just like he did Mike Pence. That's what I see happening. So, we'll have to wait and see, but that would be my guess. Yes. What was that, Jasmine, that said Noam's face is going to melt? Yeah. If she even makes it that long. But I see the same thing. I agree with him on that. Speaking of which, Jasmine, Trump reportedly weighs firing Kristi Noem as Secretary of DHS. Now, he, of course, has come out since this rumor has come forward and said, oh, no, it's not going to happen. Oh, Bondi as well. Yeah, I think, well, he's not. Here's what I think. He's not going to fire Cash, Bongino, or Bondi until the Epstein files come out, because they're literally redacting the files for him and protecting him. So he's definitely going to wait on that one. But once their usefulness has ended, that's when I think he's going to start wiping everybody out. That's at least what I believe, because that's the way Trump is he's not loyal to anybody at all. So we'll have to wait and see. Now, I wanted to show you guys this just because it's hilarious. Melania had a great clip, and I actually don't dislike Melania, but this is actually just fucking hilarious. I shouldn't make fun of this, but it's just funny. Let's take a look.
What did you ask Santa for Christmas? Oh, that's a nice one. I asked Santa for Christmas, peace on the world, health.
So Melania said,
What did you ask Santa
one more
for
time.
Christmas? Oh, that's a nice one. I asked Santa for Christmas, peace on the world, health.
To piss on the world and hell. So we know she meant to say peace and health, but she said to piss on the world and hell, which is objectively fucking hilarious, regardless of how you see it. Okay, next, where is this? I want to make sure I get these lined up. I actually didn't have time to make sure these were all lined up, but the next ones are going to be, oh my God. Well, you guys will see. All right, here we go. There. Okay, we're good. All right, so next, I wanted to talk about just the fact that why do we have literal corpses being asked about re-election? If you haven't seen this, we got a couple of these. Mitch McConnell, who's literally in office, and yeah, this is not good.
And the 81-year-old Senate minority leader stood silent. An aide steps in.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Still just a blank expression.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator Benny.
A member of his security detail comes forward.
outside, so
He can't even talk.
come with us. Okay.
Then the 81-year-old senator,
Which is super sad, by the way. Super sad. No, it's not AI. I'm going to show you the next one for those of you who think, no, it's not Mitch McConnell. That couldn't happen. This also happened. It was 7 weeks ago.
Kidnapping them?
Yeah, and he's down.
Excuse me, Senator?
He has to get
My
led
name is
around.
Stella. I want to
in
ask,
someone's hand.
do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Like, this is not good. That was 7 weeks ago. And no, those of you who said that's a couple years ago, no, that was a different one when he was at the podium and he couldn't speak and he stood there like this. This has happened to him a bunch of times. A bunch of times this is happening. That's sad. There's nothing funny about that. Why are we allowing that? He can't walk. He can't talk. And he's voting on policy that determines all of our lives. It's not okay. It's not. It's fucking crazy. What are we talking about? We got people that are so old, so geriatric, they can't speak or walk, and they're voting on policy in this country. Not okay. So let's talk about another Republican. Actually, we're going to do a couple of these first. She's been having a go of it. Valentina Gomez. Have you seen this one? She's a gem. She's a real gem. But of course, as she says here, I stand with Israel because I'm a Christian and follow the Bible. Okay. And she's got a lot of things to say about Muslims, if you haven't heard her insane shit. Here you go. And here's her in Israel, by the way.
I'm in Israel, and of course Hamas violated the peace deal. Now they're getting bombed. I get my popcorn ready. Let the fireworks begin.
This is a woman running for Congress in Texas.
Let me hold your hand, Valentina.
She's literally insane. But she's so insane that even Donald Trump has said, no, I don't think so. As you can see here, breaking news, President Trump rejects Valentina Gomez Texas primary bid. Even Donald Trump has said, no, you are too psychotically anti-Muslim for me to endorse. She can barely speak English, which to me is crazy that she has this deport all dirty Muslims, and that's her terms. It's like, you can barely fucking speak English. What the fuck are you talking about? She's psycho. Literal psycho. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. I don't think she's got any chance to win, but who knows? She might. All right, couple more here on Republicans, and we move on, all right? I wanted to just show you a little Fox News clip because I wanted to get a Fox is sometimes I love watching Fox, especially with Trump, because they will defend all of the same shit that they would have destroyed Biden over. Let's see what Laura Ingraham had to say about Donald Trump falling asleep all the time. Let's see. And imagine and then let's remember what she would have said about Biden. Let's see if she called out Trump for falling asleep nonstop.
I know that he doesn't sleep. I'm not a big sleeper either. So, I on occasion I close my eyes if someone's talking for too long. I admit it. But big deal. I mean, the results speak for themselves. what President Trump does on a daily basis. If you sleep 3 hours or 4 hours a night, you're probably going to close your eyes, whether you're 79 or 49. I don't think that matters.
There you go. There you go. So it's not a big deal. You know, like Laura Ingraham said, you know, she falls asleep when people are talking to her all the time. No big deal. You know, that's exactly what they said about Joe Biden, I'm sure. In the 800 times she fucking cried about Joe Biden falling asleep. Look at this guy. I look like a trans man. You think trans men can grow a beard like this, bro? You think trans men can be 6'3"? You said that like 4 times, and so now, unfortunately, we got to get rid of you. Too bad, bro. Can't spam. Can't spam. Yeah, gone. Yeah, there aren't any 6'3", 240-pound trans men, homie. Come on now. You gotta try a little bit harder than that. Like, use a good insult, guys. Guys, use a good insult if you're gonna come after me. Right? Like, here's the thing. A good insult, like, actually hits somebody for something that's true. So if you want to go for Nate, I'll give you guys something you can insult me. You guys don't want to hear what I was made fun of in the military for my entire career? I'll give you something that you can make fun of Nate for, because I don't give a shit. I love getting made fun of. That's part of being in the military. We can get made fun of about anything. Let me show you what you guys can make fun of me for. Let me show you here. Hold on. No, not my hairline. I have hair. It's these. My calves. See those calves? Not my legs, just my calves. I genetically have tiny calves. There's nothing I can do about it. That is, and when you're super tall, you just don't really have big calves. That's part of the way it goes. That is something you can make fun of me for. Okay? See? There you guys go. See, now, if you're going to make fun of someone or try to insult someone, you need to hit them with something that's actually relevant about that. Yeah, see, Nate skips legs day, gay legs. See, here we go. Now we're cooking with gas, boys. Right? You see how this works? Yeah. Chicken legs, sparrows. Now we're going, right? See, guys? Now we got like insults rolling that are relevant to Nate. Okay? There we go. See, here we go. All right. So again, you can see how much I'm like super upset about people trying to make fun of me, right? When I literally will show you the things to make fun of me about. But again, you gotta, and it's hilarious. Like, it's funny because you see it relative to my body. But if you see me next to a normal sized man, you'd be like, oh shit, this dude's legs are huge. But my calves relative to my giant body are tiny. And that's fucking funny. And that's what I got made fun of for my entire career in the military. So there you go. That's the way it goes, boys. That's how you make fun of somebody. Okay. Again, you got to be able to make fun of yourself too. You understand that, right? There we go. Now we got everybody in here. There we go. Everybody get it. Get it, dude. All right. Yeah, there we go. See, now we're cooking with gas, guys. All right. No, Benny Johnson. No, he doesn't. No. No. Nate has small calves relative to his own body. Nate does not have small legs relative to normal sized human beings. Okay. But it's funny that way, right? Anyway, also, if you can see, like I said, I'm not worried about making fun of myself. All right, let's keep it moving. You guys can put all the small calves jokes in the chat for the rest of the night, because I know you guys love that. Excuse me. All right, let's move into, it's time for our greatest ally. We're there. We made it. We are now going to move into that part of the show when things get a little bit weird. Not weird, but you know, we got to discuss a lot of things that are a little bit uncomfortable to discuss, and a lot of people don't like discussing. All right, I got to get everything set up here for the next part of the show here. All right, well, maybe we can hit some super chats before we do that, actually, because we've been a while. All right, super chats. Then we'll jump into our greatest ally and what we have going on with them. I'm drunk. I'm not drunk, brother. Unfortunately, I got to drink a lot more than that to get drunk. Okay, it's going to be close to flag time. Not quite. We're going to hit some super chats. Then we're jumping into flag time. Let me get back to where I was. Oh my gosh. Come on. Okay, I think we're here. This is, I believe, where we're at. All right. Sombrero says, you're right about Candace Owens. She'd benefit from your advice. Frustrating the mess. Hasn't reached her yet. Love your work. Following you from CA in France with friends. Sending our transnational friendship. Appreciate you, man. We love our international viewers as well. Nick did not win. He lost control. Nah, I don't think so. You know, Nick has a point about modern women. Yeah, you know what? Maybe. Maybe the younger generation, maybe like the Gen Z demographic. They're watching Netflix garbage and being brainwashed into sociopathic tendencies. Maybe. I still think young men that are doing all the right things and keep taking care of themselves and fit and successful are not struggling to find women. I just don't believe that. A woman once told Nick size doesn't matter. 6 foot, 190 pounds. Never thought I'd hate to see some ladies right now. Exactly. Like who? That's such a weird take. Like, oh, I hate being around women. That's pretty gay. That's a pretty gay thing to say. Candace Milo ticket for president. That's a crazy ticket. Oh my God. Yeah, Milo. Woo. Yeah, dude. E5 is best in class at Microsoft. Yeah, the E4, E5 mafia. Azul says, as a 6 foot, 220 pound former firefighter medic that was an athlete in my mid 30s, had great success with women. Nick is right about women voting stupidly, and that's really annoying. That's what he's saying, I think. So what he's saying there, to your point, is yes, women vote. They vote far more for the left statistically than they do for the right. Okay, so women in general are much more likely to vote for the Democrat Party than they are the Republican Party. That's true. That is fair. We should ask President Trump to define hoax. Yeah. James, thank you. BB says he's right, though. Affordability is a hoax. Nothing is affordable. That's a great point, BB. You're right. Affordability is a hoax. There is nothing that's affordable. Great point. Except for televisions. Did you guys know that? Televisions are like the one thing that have gotten cheaper over time. Bizarre. Just saw that statistic today. What a time to be alive. Love the work. Thank you, Pimba. I'm in your head says a handful of companies just release perspective stating combined they will lay off more than 600,000 workers. Yeah, I've seen that. Also, the whole AI bubble is going to have a lot to do with that. Trump lies so much is disturbing. I think that's kind of all he does. I don't think it matters to him. I think he just says whatever the fuck he wants, and whether it's true or whether it's not, it doesn't matter at all. So when the Dems talked, we knew it was BS. When the Republicans talked, we knew it was BS, but they talked more often and longer. When you F me, make it short. Fair. Speaking how the game works, anyone notice that Gary over at Paramount Tactical has 900 watching right now? You know? I don't know. It is what it is. COVID checks, which Trump signed, caused inflation. Oh, COVID checks, which Trump signed, caused inflation. Yeah, COVID checks had a lot to do with that. The fact that we printed what was it? Like half of all the dollars in existence during COVID didn't really help with inflation. Owen says, love your content, Nate. Do you ever think you will come to Australia? All the best. Do I ever think I will come there? I have been there. And again, that's why I got Australian flags all over my plaques. Yeah, I've worked with Australia. The 2 commandos, the SAS in, let's see where I've been, to a lot of places in the Northern Territories, Catherine, Darwin. And yeah, I love Australia, man. I'd love to come back outside of the military. I had an amazing time in Darwin. We love Australia on this channel. Greatest ally. I've said this 1,000 times. Israel, not our greatest ally. Australia, objectively, our actual greatest ally. Militarily. It's not even fucking close, historically. We've gone on that rant before. Donald Trump is a punk, a liar, and a thief. He should catch some chin music for the way he talks to women. He's pathetic. He's too old to catch chin music now. I would like to see Joe Biden and Trump fight each other, though. They had a lot of shit talk. That's what we should do. You know what we should do, guys, is let's just, like, part of the presidential debates is there has to be a cage match. That's like one of the 3 debates. They have to fight. I don't care who it is. You have to get in the cage and you have to fight the other person. That's like the 3rd debate. It's not a debate. You just go fight each other in the cage. Why not? Even if it's like, you know, Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. Like, you got to fight each other. Cage match. That's like one of the 3 debates. Fuck it at this point. Why not? America's so fucking such a clown show. Who cares? Throw them in there. Let's do it. I think that's a good idea, personally. Lou says, we don't have an income problem. We have a spending problem. 1,000% true. That's what causes inflation. Milton Friedman. Yep. We know that's true. It's not about how much we tax. It's about how much we spend. It's been that way for a long time. I mean, Iowa and all the co-ops are being bought by large corporations. Talking about agriculture. Yep. Man, you have some smooth brain chatters tonight. Yeah, they're always in here, man. No more corporate bailouts. Agree with that. Let it burn to the ground. Corporate bailouts cause inflation to continue. Yep. And there's going to be a big AI bailout coming soon. I can guarantee it. Zios have infiltrated the chat. Yeah, again, there's a bunch of them in here. They do that, which is fine. They're here watching. Who cares? Corporations want the farmers to go bankrupt. Then they will buy the land at a discount. And the farmers can work the land as tenants instead of owning the land. All part of a techno-feudal future. That's true. A lot of the vast majority of the farmland has now been bought up by big corporations, which not good for America. Thank you, Cammie. We're going to do a couple more, and then we're going to jump into the last part of the show. We are a fascist society by definition. Private companies run the power and infrastructure, etc. You have no vote, and you cannot FOIA them. Kind of true, actually. Corporate oligarchy is fascist. Well, that's where we're at. And a lot of people would say that this is just late-stage capitalism, that this is eventually where a capitalist economy will always transition to, is this point. A lot of economists will make that argument, which I think is probably true. It doesn't have to be true, but it just seems like that's actually what happens, you know. But we'll see. Navy Vet says, Mike Johnson, Lindsey Graham, and Ted Cruz. Who do you think is the caboose? And oh my God, this comment is out of control. All right, here we go. Mike Johnson, Lindsey Graham, and Ted Cruz. Who do you think is the caboose in that human centipede human train? Holy shit. Who's the back of that human centipede? Between Grinder Graham, Tel Aviv Ted, and Mike Johnson. Who's the back? Well, I would say who's the gayest is probably in the center. And so that's Lindsey Graham for sure. I'm going to say Ted. I'm probably putting Ted Cruz in the back on that one. Man, there's a lot. That's a lot. That's a dark question right there. Yeah, that's right. I'm putting Mike Johnson in the front, Lindsey Graham in the middle, and Ted Cruz in the back. That's my final answer. That's a crazy question, by the way. All right. America Plutocracy described by Dr. Joseph. Okay. Creative says, I'm a father of 2 girls. Real men love women. 5'6", short king. Yeah, we love our short kings, man. We love our short kings. For sure. Again, like I told the story, plenty of short buddies that have just absolutely crushed it with women over the years. All right. John says, a Dem just won Miami mayor for the first time since 1993. Someone That's crazy in Miami because they're so anti-socialist in Miami and anti-democrat in a lot of ways. Someone is left economically, socially, and right on guns, free speech. MAGA is retarded. Well, there you go. I didn't know that, though. If Miami has a Democrat mayor, that's actually pretty crazy. Omar says a big tell on how we're not in a capitalist economy is intellectual property laws. That and the fact that most of our billionaires became rich from exploiting Fed zero interest loopholes. True. Good stuff on that one. All right, JD Vance will be the next elected POTUS, guaranteed. He will sweep the swing states with better numbers than Trump. All right, Halos fan. You're allowed to believe what you want. If you think JD is gonna sweep the election, maybe. All right. Let's keep it moving into our greatest. Well, we got a few other things we're going to talk about before our greatest ally. I wanted to talk about this, or I want to show a few different things here first, which is, let's see, why can I not pull these up? There we go. A few different clips. I really like this clip. This clip is from 1970. 1970, and it sounds like something you would hear today.
Yeah, well, I got hit by a piece of General Motors shrapnel, from 81 mortar. They dug it out of my leg, and it said GM, and it had the numbers on it and everything, So General Motors is making mortars, man. That's what else can I tell you? They're making money. That's what it's all about. Like, they're supposed to be making cars. I'm saying if our government didn't spend so much money on other nations, giving them aid, giving them everything we have, we'd be better off because we could spend our money on poverty. We could clean up the city. And it's not like a war where, World War II, where we won and that was it and it's all over. Now, how do you think we're ever going to disinvolve ourselves from Vietnam? Winning. Yeah, but you can't win a war like that. Who's paying for the war? We are. We are. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. For what? That's right. For what? For what? Yeah. For what? For what? You were there. You got wounded 3 times.
So that clip is crazy to me. That's 1970. That was 55 years ago. Oh, you can't do it, dude. No, can't do it. Can't spam my chat. You're going to get banned. All right, that was 55 years ago. Talking about the exact same thing we're talking about on this channel right now. What is your problem? Why do I have snowflakes on my left arm? Because I've snowboarded for 27 years. Actually, 31 years. You good? All right. Yeah, and obviously, I'm from Oregon. Love the snow. You retarded? There you go. You got it. But anyway, that conversation 55 fucking years ago, and they're talking about the exact same things we're talking about now. Why are we sending all of this foreign aid? Why are we spending all this money on foreign countries? 55 years later, and we're doing the exact same fucking bullshit. Nothing has changed. You're listening to him talking about Vietnam. What a waste. Who paid for it? Same shit that you hear global war on terror veterans talking about today. Exactly the same. Nothing has changed in 55 goddamn years. Frustrating. Pretty frustrating. Now, let's take a look at this one. Talking about, well, let's take a look.
Period where the United States really could have done some incredible work. And Bill Clinton squandered it. He had the perfect opportunity to sink in an alliance with the Russians. He had the perfect opportunity to reshape the Middle East. He threw away one opportunity after the other because he was short-sighted. He didn't have enough smart people around him. I don't know what it was. He was paid by too many. He was too busy having sex scandals. Whatever it was, he threw away the 90s. The 90s were a chance to set the world on a nice course. Instead, we ended up with George Bush Jr., and he was a catastrophe.
So what he's talking about there, Bill Clinton had an opportunity to bring Russia into NATO, by the way, which would have been massive for world peace, by the way, and decided not to do it for political reasons. He had an opportunity to create a two-state solution in Israel at the time. And why did he decide not to do that? Because our greatest ally told him not to. But he's not wrong when he talks about that. We did have an opportunity during the Clinton administration to, actually have massive positive impacts in the world, and we just didn't end up doing it. Instead, what we have now is a situation where in America, the Secretary of Education being tombstoned by one of the mayors in our country. There you go. That's what we got. That's what we got instead is a government where, yes, the Secretary of Education, somebody says, what did I just see? What you just saw was the current Secretary of Education being tombstoned by one of the mayors that's in this country. And yeah, the current Secretary of Education being tombstoned by Kane. So there's that. And here's another one as we move into our greatest ally, and Mike Huckabee, who's turned out to be honestly, I would say, a threat to the United States at this point, given what he's been doing over there. Well, take a look at this comment that he just made a couple weeks ago. Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, said, if we don't stand with the Jewish people, then one day they're going to be coming after us too. That sounds like a threat. So why exactly are we allied? In air quotes, because we're not actually allied with them. Why are we actually allied with a country that we're worried about will come after us if we don't do what they say? Okay, Mike. That's probably not an appropriate thing to say. All right, we're going to look at some more things because one of Obama's speechwriters has made the news. Sarah Hershwitz, who said, this is fucking crazy. I can't believe these people say that. I can't believe these people say this shit out loud. She said, young Jews keep seeing Gaza and feeling empathy. That's the problem. Here we go. She said, thanks to the social media boogeyman she identifies early in her comments, millions have listened aghast as she bemoans TikTok. She says, smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything we try to say to them, they're hearing this through a wall of carnage. She's mad that Gen Z Jews are anti-Israel because they're seeing what's happening in Gaza. That's the problem, is they have empathy for people being genocided. And she says that's the problem, is the empathy for these people being killed. And they say this shit out loud. They say it out loud. They don't hide it. It's literally crazy. And we look at the rest of the world. Remember that country that we gave $40 billion to and nobody understood why? You know, Argentina. Where we're like, hey, this doesn't make any sense. Why would we give Argentina $40 billion? They're not a trade partner. They're not an ally. We have no military connection to them. Makes no sense why we would give them a $40 billion bailout. Well, 1 week ago, President of Argentina, Javier Milei, says supporting Israel is necessary for our country because it means supporting the values that made us great 100 years ago, which we abandoned. So I wonder why we gave them $40 billion. Wonder why. Why do you guys think we gave them $40 billion? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with it. Maybe it has something to do with that. But what else has our greatest ally been up to? I don't know. Let's take a look. Oh, this looks like Gaza, right? Just 6 days ago. Must be Gaza. Turns out, no. No, it's not Gaza. This is the border of Lebanon and Israel. Ah. Everything is fucking destroyed. Cool. No big deal. Because, you know, we're just letting them do it to all their fucking neighbors. And we're doing fucking nothing about it. There you go, guys. So, I mean, what's the excuse there? Yeah, and somebody said we paid for this. Yeah, you did. Our tax dollars pay for every goddamn bomb that gets dropped. Every single one. They don't pay for any of that. Everything you're looking at was paid for by your taxpayer dollars. Oh, do we got another one? Hold on. Guys, you're just going to get banned. If you try to spam, you're just going to get banned. Then you can't post here anymore. All right. And they're really mad at the Pope, by the way. Because the Pope has called for a two-state solution. The Pope has also said that he criticizes anti-Muslim sentiments in Europe and the United States. So Pope Leo, who's American, by the way, he's from Chicago, has said that he criticizes anti-migrant activists who stoke fears of Islam and said cooperation between Christians and Muslims in Lebanon should be an example for Europe and the United States. Leo said anti-Muslim sentiment was oftentimes generated by people who are against immigration and trying to keep out people who may be from a different country, another religion, or another race. He was like very politically correct when he talked about this. We all know where the anti-Muslim and American, or not anti, but the stoking of hate between Muslims and Christians comes from, right? Comes from one very specific demographic. We all know who they are. That's who we're talking about right now. That's where it all comes from. And I wanted to explain something to you guys because a lot of people don't understand this. When we talk about religions, because a lot of people, what you're hearing is, if you watch Glenn Beck, right, is, Islam's taking over the United States and Europe. Islamophobia. Let me explain, because what you'll see problems like in Somalia. You'll see clips of, people, screaming death to America and things like that. That exists. That's a problem. That's a big problem. But I'll explain it this way. Okay. In Christianity, you have regular Christians and you have the type of Christians that blow up abortion clinics. Right? You've got everyday Christians who are just going about their lives, and you've got Christians who are insane evangelicals who carry out violence against anyone who's not their religion. That's a thing. You also have Islam. You have everyday Muslims who are just going about their lives just like we are. And then you have fundamentalists who are doing shit like ISIS does. Okay? You also have that in Judaism. Okay? Everyday Jews going about their business. And then you have, well, the Christian Zionists who are carrying out a fucking genocide. My point with that is, it really has nothing to do with any of the three Abrahamic religions. You have people that are violent extremists in every religion. It's the way it is. And so in America, if you're going to try to blame, especially Muslims who are less than 1% of society, yeah, is there a tiny percentage of Muslims in America who probably are fundamentalists? Sure. Are there those Christians who are lighting abortion clinics on fire? Sure. Are there those Jews who have underground tunnels who are doing weird, crazy, satanic sacrifices and getting caught in the tunnels in New York? Yes. Right? But the 99% of everybody else is just going about their day. Well, you're just going to keep getting banned, guys. You're just going to keep getting banned. I can ban you faster and you can post and spam. All right. So that's my point is the religion is irrelevant when it comes to extremism. It's there all around the world. It's on every side. And so, no, we're not going to blanket hate Muslims or blanket hate Jews or blanket hate anyone because of their religion. Stupid. Don't let them trick you into that, because that's what they're trying to do. Okay. Now, there has been some noticing over the years. I found this clip I wanted to show you guys, which I thought was interesting, because when we're talking about sort of assassinations and who's involved, some interesting things to talk about. Let's take a look at this. This is Malcolm X.
You anti-Semitic? Anti-Semitic. You many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made it mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No. How can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are half the Muslim world is Semitic? If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and anti-everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him. Are you?
Now, why does that sound like something you would hear Nick Fuentes say in 2025? It's almost like we've seen clips from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and nothing has changed. It's the same talking points that we're talking about now. The exact same ones. Do you think it's because we've just been making this up? Everybody's just been making the exact same talking points up for 70 plus years? I don't know. Also, what did they do to Malcolm X? What happened to Malcolm X, by the way? What happened to him? You guys know your history? He fucking killed him. Just like MLK, just like JFK. They didn't kill Nixon, but they basically did, career-wise. Just like Charlie Kirk. It's just, I don't know. You start to wonder. Seems like all of the noticers seem to get shot in the fucking face. Doesn't it seem that way? JFK, RFK, MLK, Malcolm X. Start to wonder what the hell's going on. Seems to be over and over and over again. You know? I wanted to show you guys this because this is happening. I'm sure you guys have seen this. Yeah, this just happened this week. Over 1,000 Christian pastors just flew to Israel for special training. Christian pastors flew to Israel for special training to learn how to convince Americans to be more pro-Israel. Many are major media figures and influencers, with over 200 tied directly to the White House. Here they are.
Began with prayer and worship on the ancient southern steps that led to the Temple Mount in Jesus' day. Then they visited the Western Wall.
I'm on fire to spread the good news about Israel.
Israel's God's place. Jerusalem is God's place for God's people, and we need to support them. We need to back them, and they need to know that the evangelical community is their best friend.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! The pastors met with Western Wall Rabbi Shmuel Rabinovich. Rabinovich later commended the group for their support.
In Shamayim, it pray of you. God bless you.
They're a group that came to confirm the friendship between America and Israel.
The group.
So, that's not great. That's not great. You know, because that's the type of thing that you do when you're winning the ideology argument, right? You have to bring in special training for people. Okay. You know, because is that hey guys, could you explain to me where is the conference in Dubai with 1,000 Christian pastors to go learn how to be more pro-Islam? Is that conference happening? For those of you who say the threat is Islam, is that 1,000-person fucking conference happening? Bet you it's not. Bet you it's not. Bet you it's only one of those groups that's doing stuff like that. All right, let's keep moving. Let's pull up a clip from I just saw from one of our favorites on this channel. And
after standing for Hitler, I was like, how much further can you go? So tell me, how much further can you go? I mean,
old Benny boy. Let's see what he had to say.
After standing for Hitler, I was like, how much further can you go? So tell me, how much further can you go? I missed it.
He said that Rosa Parks was like a plant.
Talking
like
about
she was planted there.
What he said.
In what way? Like of the Jews or like
no, like when like to create chaos. Yeah, like the whole situation on the bus. Racial was like, divide. That was
okay. So I mean, I assume that he's garbling the actually fairly cool story of Rosa Parks, right? Which is that the NAACP had in fact recruited her for like in advance, and they said she'll be an ideal plaintiff, and they'd actually said go sit on the bus in this particular place, and then we'll have the lawsuit against the bus line. So that, I mean, that's true. I don't know what he actually said. It is true that was not, it wasn't like she spontaneously sat down on the bus and then they sued but that doesn't take away from her story. In fact, I think it makes it a cooler story. I think it's cool that they actually were like, okay, we're going to plan this out. We're going to get a good basis for a lawsuit. Rosa Parks is an attractive face for the plaintiff and do it like, and see.
Oh my God. So he literally, the whole point was that Nick Fuentes is saying ridiculous anti-Semitic things. And then he asks him, well, he said this about Rosa Parks. And what does Ben respond? Oh, yeah, it's actually true that wasn't organic and that Jews set that up to garner sympathy for the civil rights movement. Like, at least lie, Ben. Just lie. Be like, yeah, that's ridiculous. For him to immediately be like, well, yeah, right? I mean, like, what is he thinking? Ben, you lie all the time. Why would you be like, oh, yeah, that's true that Jews did that? That's not helping your argument, buddy. But again, also, oops, where did that go? I need to show you guys this one too. What's going on in the Knesset right now, which is not great. Oh, how do I get over here? This is where I want to be. So, I want you guys to take a look at this pin that he has on. Ben Gvir appears with a noose pin in the as Knesset debates the death penalty for Palestinians only. He's got a fucking noose pinned on his shirt. A noose. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is the same guy who said there is no innocence in Gaza. Same guy who said basically everybody in Gaza needs to be killed. He's in the Knesset. And he's wearing a noose pin. And we're supposed to just say, nope, it's not them. It's not the Israelis. They're not the bad guys. As they wear fucking noose jewelry to a discussion about killing Palestinians. Pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. Speaking of which, these evil Palestinians, let's take a look at what's going on in Gaza right now. Hold on. Let's take a look. This is in Bethlehem. Why did that turn off? Oh, there we go. In Palestine. Seems pretty peaceful. A lot of Christians. Seems like a ton of Christians in Palestine. They're celebrating Christmas. Do we not think that's a problem? That Christians are being slaughtered? Nobody seems to be worried about that. I don't know. Seems like that's something we should care about, in America as Christians, that, Christians are being genocided in that country. And we're just like, cool. Not only are we like, hey, that's cool. We're like, hey, we're going to pay for it. We're going to fund it. I don't know. Seems a little bizarre to me. All right. That's all we got for the show tonight. Now we got to hit the super chats. We got a lot to get through. Thank you all for everyone who stayed with us on this. We're at 4 hours in the show. God, these are supposed to be about 2 hours. We're not doing well on that. We had a lot to talk about. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. For all of those of you who want to stick with us now as we go through the super chats, feel free to do so. Everybody else who's just here for the show, appreciate you guys being here. Oh, also, shit, we forgot to pin this in the comment today for you guys to go vote, because we're trying to actually win for the Valhalla VFT community. Let's throw it up. The Gundy's Awards. There's a couple days left to go vote. I'll put it up here. If you haven't, you can vote once a day. Let's get that up. Here we go. for most influential man of the year at the. So what the Gundys are, guys, if you didn't know what these are, just put it in the pinned comment. Is the essentially the annual firearms convention, the SHOT Show convention that they have in Las Vegas each year. They have an awards show that gives out awards, you know, for different categories. And if you want, you can head on over and vote for me. There, most influential man of the year category. Yeah, and if you don't want to, that's fine too. No big deal. But again, since the community nominated me, then we're gonna try to win for you guys, right? Okay, let's jump into the super chats and see what you guys had to say. All right, let's do it. All right, again, thank you all for sticking with us for this whole show. Those of you who want to see all the super chats and keep hanging out with us, here we go. Let's get through these. All right. Doctor says, let's demand our reps sign a legally binding contract in exchange for our votes. If we breach, then we can bring them back, or we can cane them live streamed. I don't mind that. I also like the idea of putting like NASCAR to where they have to put all their sponsors on their clothes so you can see who's bought and paid for by APAC and everything. They actually have to wear it. I think that would be a good one too. All right. MD says, had Harris won, we would be in CW 2.0. So politics is important. I'll be honest, and this might be a hot take. If Kamala Harris won, I don't think anything would be different at all. Maybe the border would be open. We would have still bombed Iran. The economy would be shit. The labor market would be shit. I'm not really sure what would be different. Do you guys know? What would be different if Kamala won? I just think we would have just had the same shit. Same president, same outcome. All right, Dean, $50. No comment. Thank you, brother. Very generous for no comment. Thank you very much. David says, did she seriously bring up our founding fathers? Don't people such as her, we're talking about old Elon, however the fuck you say her name. Don't people such as her always bring up slavery when we bring them up? Yeah, probably. All right, Somalis don't identify as black in the Western racial sense. Okay, they can choose to not do that if they want. Their identity is more rooted in ethnicity, language, clan ties, and culture other than race. Okay, they can say they're not black if they want. They're from Africa and they're black. So, okay. I guess I could say that I don't identify as a white man, even though I'm Scandinavian. Very bizarre. Okay. Chill, man. I just woke up my kid up laughing. Thank you. Hills needs to go blow Bubba. Why are you not concerned with reports of Brian Harpool being spotted on base right before 9:10? You already asked me this. I said this doesn't have anything to do with my criticism of all the information she got wrong. I don't know why you super chatted me the same thing twice, but thank you. All right. Jeremy Jackson says, what are your thoughts on Gary from Paramount Tactical's sudden and unrelenting attacks on Candace, as well as his softball interview with Brian Harpool? I think he's attacking, and again, I like Gary. I think he's attacking Candace because he wants the views on his channel and he's trying to use a big name to do it. And, I think that's pretty obvious, and that's fine. I don't have any problems with that, but like, that's what you're saying. And Tim Pool's doing the exact same thing, right? That's how you garner big views off somebody else's name. But yeah, that's what I would assume he's doing. And again, that's, like I said, that's fine. That's the grift. It is what it is. Why don't let's hold on. Let's go. And again, I'm not trying to knock on Gary, but let's actually just look at his channel and see what his Candace Owens views have done compared to, and I haven't even looked. I haven't seen any of his stuff recently, but let's just see if my theory is correct. Just strictly based off of, again, no idea, but we'll take a look. Okay. If whatever his Candace content it is way more views than whatever else he's doing, then that's going to explain it. So let's take a look. All right. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. What has he been doing here? All right. So here we go. Candace Owens is lying. Okay. 70,000 views. What's the video before that? 4.6 thousand, 29,000, 8.3 thousand, 9.9 thousand, 10,000, 9.4 thousand. And then he had 103 here. That was a good one. But so, to my point, Candace Owens video, 70,000. Every other video before that, 1/7 to 1/10 that. So again, I'm not knocking him. But to my point, yeah, this is how YouTube works. Right? So there you go. I figured that's exactly what we would see. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how YouTube works. It's all WWE, guys. But yeah, that would be my guess of what's happening there. Well, it's not my guess. We just showed it. So, whatever. Who cares? But that would be again what I would assume. All right, let's keep moving. All right, is she talking about reparations for the black community? What about the Scottish and Irish communities that were also slaves? My ancestors came here as slaves and not just slaves for the 7 years of servitude. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. Chinese immigrants as well also did that. Sharon says, love your podcast. Agree with 99% of what you say. And yes, your wife is a smoke show. Appreciate it, Sharon. 99% is a lot. Most of the time I only agree with about, even the people I really agree with about 80%, but I appreciate it. All right. Stupid poll, JD or Kelly. Doesn't effing matter. You're probably right. Well, it actually does matter because JD Vance is going to usher in the Palantir surveillance state. So I think it actually does matter in that regard. But do you get anything really different outside of that? Probably not. All right, Jake says, the big $50 dono. Thank you very much. Hello, sir. New subscriber here. Ian Carroll sent me your way. Love the channel so far. Thank you so much for your service and all that you're doing for the America First movement. Thank you very much, Jake. I appreciate it. And yes, Ian is a good friend of the show. We love Ian on the show. All right, monthly bootcast 3,000 with Jail Zwug, please. Monthly bootcast 3,000 with Jail Zwug. I'm not sure what that comment is. I think a viable third party can be built by 2032. No, I don't. I think the system is completely designed for a two-party system because it does not allow any dissent, and that two-party is actually the uniparty, and that's the entire point, is to not let anything get in the way of that. But yeah, that would be my guess for that. All right, we got Crockett is pro-Israel. GN won't commit to no AIPAC. Yeah, Crockett is a AIPAC bot candidate, so you're not getting anything special there with her. Words become flesh. J-Rod says, words become flesh, and they dwelt among us, entertainment or not, they manifest. The Hooter speaks. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid with the fuck Trump profile picture. Thank you, brother, for that generous donation. Says, it's awesome to hear somebody talk about politics pragmatically. Love the show. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. That's what we try to do. I don't know how well we do it or not, but we try to. All right. DJ the BJ is fake and gay. Okay. Let Trump do some cocaine to stay awake. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. He used to always be on, amphetamines or Adderall, and then now he potentially has dementia, so he can't actually take it. I don't know if that's true. Who knows? But that's the rumors. Kale, thank you. Kale again, thank you. The Gunslinger says someone needs to take Jim Mora playoffs presser and dub DJT saying things like Epstein economy poll, et cetera, et cetera. That'd be funny stuff. Hua, June 14th, 1775. Big boot energy. Hell yeah. Critter. Doc Jen says, thank you for standing up for farmers. It's a hard way to make a living, but we wouldn't trade this life for the world. Hell yeah, Critter. Again, I live in a farming community myself, farming and ranching community. So some of my close friends out here are farmers, and I know the plight and I know the struggle you guys are going through. And yeah, that's why I like to talk about it a lot on the channel, because you guys get fucked over by both sides. Every president just seems to want to destroy American farming and ranching, which for shit like Monsanto, it's not good. Cinnamon Zins are gay. Well, I don't use Zen. I use what is this? Caffeine in Z's. Speaking of which, because I quit nicotine. These actually don't. These ones I don't think have any caffeine in it. They're just like using a Zen with just flavored, nothing in them. For guys like me that have given up nicotine. War is a Racket says, what do you think a realistic amount Americans could reduce the military budget without hurting our military effectiveness? Oh, God, dude. Man, I guess you guys talked about Nate should be sec def. This would be something I would have to figure out. Man, I don't know. I think part of the problem is I don't know. Maybe we don't need a military base in Germany with 40,000 fucking U.S. soldiers on it. That could probably save a good $20 billion a year. And you could probably do that with another 50 military bases in places that aren't even strategically relevant that we just have soldiers at for no reason. That's probably where I would start. You know what I mean? But I'd have to, that would be not a 30-second thing to figure out. MTG is the alpha male of the Republican Party. Her and Thomas Massey for the most part, politically. Vince says the Cuban government does stuff with the Venezuelans, but I don't believe the Iranian stuff. Oh, Cuba and Venezuela? Sure, dude. Yeah, that makes complete sense. But Iran and Venezuela? Yeah, tough sell. Tater Tot with the big $50 dono says, since Republican gay mafia and left libtards hate themselves and don't procreate, we can save America by getting married and having a lot of kids. Make America straight again. Oh, wait. All right, so that's kind of attack on both sides. Both sides. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, let's keep moving. All right, Lover says, I was put in timeout from the chat for saying the same word I've heard you use 3 times tonight. How soft are your moderators? Didn't realize this channel was for the soft beta babies. Lover of the light. I don't know, man. Don't say racist shit, and you won't get banned. But if I do see your name, I'm going to permanently ban you from the channel now that they see that. Thanks for giving me $20 to cry about it, though. Here's the thing, guys. Feel free to donate me money to complain about my channel. I wholeheartedly endorse all of you who don't like this channel to donate me money to complain about how you don't like the channel. Keep doing it. Like this guy. You got to donate me money. You didn't donate me money for that. See that? That's not how this works. And now you just get banned, right? If you would have donated me money for that, but if you just cry like a little bitch, now I'll just ban you, dude. See the difference? See, he donated me money to bitch about my channel. You just bitched about my channel. So he's good to keep talking shit. You didn't donate any money and you talk shit, so now you got banned. Sorry. I don't make the rules. Well, I mean, actually, I do make the rules because it's my channel. But anyway, if my moderators ban you, too fucking bad. Jasmine has ultimate authority to do whatever she wants in here. Cry about it. But keep donating me money, by the way. We love that. All right. MD says $38 trillion debt is the main reason we have near 3% inflation. I don't know if that's how the things are really correlated that way. Yeah, no. But inflation doesn't help with the debt, that's for sure. Voted DJT in all 3 elections, but I wish he'd shut the fuck up most of the time. Well, maybe you get to vote for him a 4th time. We'll see. Johnny gifted 20 Valhalla VFT memberships. Thanks, Johnny. That's super, super nice of you. Super generous. Hopefully, everybody got some good memberships there. All right, Brandon says America needs to stop electing 60-plus-year-old men to office. Yeah. We need an age limit at the top, in my opinion, for sure. I'm not sure what it should. Well, we talked about this on the channel before. I think we said 62 for president because that gives you 2 terms. At the end of your 2nd term, you can be 70 years old. I think that's fair. But we'll see. All right, the Gunslinger reference to the McConnell clips. Is there a 25th Amendment to remove unfit? Is there? Guys, can we impeach Senate members for being geriatrics and not even being able to function. I don't know. Somebody let me know if that's a thing in Congress. I don't know if that's a thing in Congress. I'm sure it is, but I've never heard of it. Is popping rounds with a saw on a Humvee hood a bad idea? Cover-wise. Cover-wise? Yeah, I mean, a Humvee is not cover. You shoot right through a Humvee. But it's badass. So there's that. There's always that. And then, like, if it's badass, then that's dope. But it's probably not the best way to keep yourself alive in a real gunfight. But, you know. All right. Advice for turret gunners downrange. Yeah, try not to get shot in the face. This is, I guess that's the best advice I would give you. Yeah. Or join special forces, and that way you can use a crow system so you don't have to be a turret gunner. So that you sit in the up armored MAP B with a Xbox controller with a computerized system that controls the gun. So that way you don't have to wait there to get shot in the face. So that would be my advice if you're going to be a turret gunner, is do that. All right. Azuli. Oh, Penna says Azuli giving Nate a run for his money in the calf department. Oh, come on, brother. You can't compare me to Azuli. Comparatively, I'm significantly bigger than that guy. Old Benny boy. Come on now. But I mean, compared to you, shit. Neither of us is big. All right, I've seen bigger calves on there. Here we go. Here comes the calves in Fultz. Then now we know what part of the show we were at. All right, I've seen bigger calves on the Oscar Mike wheelchair rugby team. Okay. Let's relax a little bit. Okay. Let's relax a little bit with that one. That's funny, though. All right, first donation to the Buy Nate Some Calf Implants Fund. You know how many people told me I need to look into calf implants in my life? Here we go. All right, chat. Get your fucking laughs in, because I'm sure this isn't going to be the last calf joke we get. All right, so everybody just fucking relax as we work our way through these calf jokes. Cameron, thank you. Alaska, thank you. America says, is China demonstrating modern monetary theory factual? Lowering inflation along with lowering profits inside China business channel. I did when it comes to China and their economy and everything, I have no idea, because we don't know what real information we really get out of China. So it's impossible to really know what's really going on, to be honest. But yeah. All right. Jared Kushner's private equity firm is backing Paramount's bid for. Yeah, I know I had this one. I was going to talk about it. I literally, was it in, I don't know why we didn't hit it. How did I miss that one? I did have that one to talk about. I just must have missed it when we brought it up. But yeah, we talked a little bit about it. Family first when it comes to money. Yeah, I know. Love your show. Great content. Watching. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. Ian Carroll, whose content I love, sent me your way and Baron Coleman's way. I love all of you. And of course, Candace O. Appreciate you. Yep. I like all their content. Obviously, Ian's my actual friend, and he's a good buddy. So we obviously love Ian's content. And then Baron, I don't know, but I do like his stuff, and Candace as well. Alaska, we are in the United Corporations of America. Think about it. All the money goes to the top 1%, just like corporation. This is a fun experiment for oligarchs of the day. Yep, that's the way it goes. Can you please do a segment on the synagogue of Satan? It's a huge rabbit hole, but I would love your take on it. Plus, do you know that Blake Neff is ex-military? Is he? I know that he's a racist. Like just a overtly racist. But I didn't know ex-military. I could take a look into that. Can't imagine that he did anything in combat arms, given what a tiny little bitch he is, but, you know, could be. As for the synagogue of Satan stuff, man, probably not, because I don't want to get my YouTube channel banned. And I'm already pushing the limits of what's allowable as is. So we got to be a little bit careful. We can't just like go full scorched earth on some of this stuff. You know what I mean? We do our best to skirt the lines where we can. You know what I mean? All right. Dreamlord says Private Munchkin Groiper here. Ooh, a Munchkin Groiper. I like that. Permission to speak freely, sir. Thankful for the community and the mods. All hail Nicholas, Frog, and Valhalla Munchkin. Yeah, I mean, Munchkin Groipers. Okay, we can give a salute to the Munchkin Groipers out there. All right. Penna says, not a God or church guy, but let's not forget that how the Catholic Church harbored Nazis and helped them escape via the rat line. True. I actually watched a pretty crazy documentary on that the other night. One of those things, again, that we kind of like can't really talk about because we're not that brave yet. As much as I'd love to just be full bore, you know, I also like there's limits on YouTube, guys. The Overton window on YouTube is not that wide yet. And if you like my content and I go to fucking scorched earth, this YouTube channel gets nuked from orbit and we no longer have content. So it's great to be based, but I also need to pay the bills. So that's the way that goes. What did you think about Paramount Tactical's Charlie Kirk episode? I agree that TPUSA is acting shady and 30-06 is nonsense, but some of the Candace stuff seems insane. I didn't see his episode on what do you mean? I've seen a lot of his stuff, and me and Gary aren't like that far off on what we think. He's a little bit more believable in the official narrative, but even he is like, yeah, the 30-06 doesn't make sense. So we both agree on some of that stuff. But I'm far more critical on the excuse me. I'm far more critical on the security team and TPUSA and stuff like that than he is. You know what I mean? All right. It's MAGA, Make America Great Again, not Make Israel Great Again. Well, you say that, but it kind of is. We'd like to pretend that it's not that, but it just actually is, unfortunately. So there's that. Bachelor or Hood. Speaking of which, Sarah, Bachelor, which we need some fucking snow because we were actually looking at getting a cabin up in Sun River and doing a big bachelor trip here over winter break, but there's no snow on the mountains here. But we typically go to Willamette Pass because it's the closest to us, but Bachelor's good as well. But yeah, I love Bend, so we like going to Bachelor, but Willamette Pass is only like an hour away from my house, so that's typically where we go. All right, Free Palestine. There you go. Cabinet are wearing Trump's pins, not flag pins. That's weird if that's true. New to your channel, great content. Candace Owens was talking about beefing up her security. Her chat had multiple reference to you. Thank you for standing on truth. We'll see if she's interested in at least some consulting. You know, I just would like to make sure that she's at least if I could consult for her to make sure she's hiring the right people that know what the fuck they're doing, because we saw what happened with Charlie Kirk and his security team. Right. So there's that. Used to argue in defense of Israel. Man, I fucked up. My bad. So did I, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I did myself. I was a big pro-Israel guy, like not recently, nowhere, like not for years, but I used to be, you know, back in like 2018, 2019. So there's nothing wrong with that. You're and guys, this is a majority of people. This is a majority of us, to be honest. I guarantee you there's a ton of people in this chat right now that would tell you the same thing. They're like, yeah, 3-4 years ago, I was exactly that way. And then I paid attention and I watched what happened over the last 2 years. And I said, oh, I no longer support these people because they're literally committing a genocide. I think that's how the vast majority, like the overwhelming majority of us probably are. You know what I mean? I think that's very normal for most of us. So nothing wrong with that, man. Hey, Nate, are you Norwegian? You're doppelganger of my adopted pops. Swedish. But yes, our family's Scandinavia. My grandparents were from Sweden. So, yep. That's why I look so Scandinavian. But no, not Norway. Well, I probably have some Norway you know, probably some Norway genealogy that went back since my family's from Sweden, but as far as I know. Rick Rasta, $10 says, love the channel, brother. You're a cool and funny guy. I really wish we would have met downrange because funny guys make deployment so much better. Rock on, bro. Man, for those of you who don't know, some of the funniest people you ever meet are veterans, especially in special forces. It's some of the biggest comedy and funniest people you'll ever meet in your life, for sure, especially downrange, because everybody's got like the darkest sense of humor ever, because you have to, because you're doing like the job is what it is, right? You're hunting human beings. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm losing my voice a little bit here. All right, because we've been going 5 hours almost. Yeah. How do I do this? How do I do this to myself? These are supposed to be 2 hours. I got to figure this out. Maybe what we need to do is add a day to the week where we do 2 lives a week. Maybe we need to do 3 lives a week so we can cut these down to like 2.5 hours each, because 5 hours is pretty brutal. Maybe we'll look into that. Maybe that's a better way to do it. I don't know what you guys think, how it works for you guys, but they're not supposed to be this long. They just turn out to be this long. There's so much information to get through, especially on these Tuesday ones. All right. No disrespect to a lot of the new Candace and Ian critics are because Candace theories are getting wacky. Some of them are. Today's was really bad. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I don't agree with everything Candace says at all. There's been a lot of takes from Candace that I've just objectively said that's just wrong. And then there's been a lot of takes that Candace has been objectively proven right, especially about TPUSA. Where I think Candace gets the most wrong is when Candace tries to get into the military, tactical, ballistic side of things, which is not her world. And where she's really good is in the investigative journalism side of things with like TPUSA and finances and all this other stuff. So she's doing the thing is why I don't criticize Candace is because Candace, like Charlie Kirk was her best fucking friend, dude. And I'll tell you this, if Charlie Kirk, let's just say, I want you guys to think of it this way. Put yourself in Candace's shoes. If your best friend got shot in the fucking face on live TV, and it was this exact situation with all of this shit that makes no sense and a narrative that doesn't make any sense, would you all not turn over every goddamn stone possible to try to find the truth for your friend? I would hope you would all do that for your best friend. Whether you got it right, you got it wrong, I think we would all do that for our best friends. So that's why I don't beat up Candace when she gets things too hard, when she gets things wrong, because she's doing the best she can. She's trying to figure it out. I don't even know Charlie. Right? And I've covered a lot of this. That's her best friend that she spent a decade with. So I'm not going to criticize her for trying to figure out the truth, because TPUSA sure shit isn't. Nobody else is fucking trying to find out the truth. So I'd probably be this. I would probably be way worse than Candace on this channel if that was my best friend. To be honest, I would probably be infinitely more brutal on everybody. So there's that. All right. Johnny with the 20 ball VFT memberships. Thank you. All right. Ronan, $5. Thank you. Another one. One is the King Azuli fight. What do you think about Rob O'Neill lawsuit? King Azuli, he's not going to fight me. We already offered to fight him. He don't want anything to do with that. He's too small. Also, that'd just kind of like be a bullying thing for me to do, even though he pretends he's a badass. He's just way too small. The Rob O'Neill lawsuit, I don't think he'll ever go to trial. I think he's doing it for show because there's no way he can win. So, yeah, I think it's silly. I think he's doing it just to try to prove a point, which, whatever, man. It is what it is. But, yeah, he's got no chance of actually winning. And Brent is going to go all the way to trial. Brent doesn't care. So, we'll see how long that lasts. All right. Bob says, what's it going to be like when they take the Second Amendment away? They can try. Like my dad has always said my entire life, they can take it away from the business end. Good luck. You're not taking my fucking guns. I'll tell you that. That ain't happening. All right, really appreciate these late night streams. Some of us don't have too much friends and family, and these streams actually give something to look forward to. Gene, that is a very nice comment. And if I can provide that to any of you, then that's fantastic. That makes me feel really good that I provide you some type of joy or happiness while you're here in the community. Very, very cool. Thank you very much. Minette Duvenhag from New Zealand. Thank you. Just a Kiwi in New Zealand. Super intrigued. Thanks for the great content. Cool on you to mention Candace's mishap. Hope communication opens up between you two and she gets in touch for your sincerest effort. Well, thank you very much from our Kiwi friend. Never been to New Zealand. Although I'll tell you this, guys, as a obviously huge Lord of the Rings fan, that is on my bucket list with the wife to go visit, hopefully here in the next year or two. As New Zealand is one of the main places I want to go see for sure. All right, Vince says, are the big army turret shields mid? Big army turret shields on like the Humvees, a mechanized unit? I don't know. I didn't do a whole lot of mechanized stuff, bro. Personally, mostly Hilo stuff for me. Pro is until finding you after CK, you converted me. Oh, Pro Israel until finding you. I mean, I don't even do that much. I'm nowhere near, guys. When it comes to like the greatest ally stuff, I'm on the periphery, man. Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Nick Fuentes, Dave Smith, Jake Shields, Dan Blazarian, Myron, Sneeko. All of those people are way out on the forefront compared to me. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of here in the periphery, complaining a little bit here and there. So those guys are the real brave ones when it comes to all this stuff for sure. You know what I mean? I try to be supportive and but I'm not the bravest one of the bunch for sure. All right, I truly believe Candace is on the right side of most everything, just how I feel after praying on it. Many will be surprised. Our world's capable of great evil, even though it seems insane. I think Candace, again, I think there's the areas that she's been proven right about a lot. People don't give her enough credit for all of this stuff she's been proven right about with the TPUSA side of things. Stuff I would, and that's way out of my realm of expertise. And then some stuff, again, in the tactical side of things, like the tunnels, not as great. All right, Nick F. criticized CO for milking the info, but if she dumped it out like you do, she would have 5-hour streams too. You do it like Candace and have 5 1-hour streams. Most people would watch too. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, is that Candace does 1-hour streams. I do two streams a week for like 4 hours and 4 hours. So if I did spread it out, then it kind of would be like that. That's a very good point. Very fair. Anonymous says, I don't care if this is bigoted, but I'd rather live next door to a Jew over a Muslim. At least the Jews aren't trying to replace Western culture. You what, mate? What is this second sentence say? You think, second sentence, you really think the Jays aren't trying to replace Western culture? Do you know anything about American history post World War II? At all? At all? Homie. Holy shit. Okay. I mean, if you like the first sentence, that's fine. That's your personal opinion. The second sentence is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, dude. That's somebody's, it's not, you don't know anything about American history. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. You got to pay a little bit more attention to what's going on. Okay. All right. So, Earl says, 2A supporter and left of center. Your channel has been an eye-opener and authentic. Keep punching, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. And we made it. We did it. We got to the end. Oh my God. Somebody said rage bait. I hope that was rage bait. Holy shit. What are we at? Almost just under 5 hours. Woo. Haven't eaten dinner. Almost 10 o'clock at night here. We did it. We did it. We grinded through. We got through a lot of stuff in this one. All right. What do we got? 9:54. All right, we did it. Okay, so thank you all so much for sticking around for 5 hours. Jesus. I got to get to sleep because I got to wake up and do an entire episode on the new, or on the Candace episode. I got a lot to do, right? So I'm starting to lose my voice too. Been talking nonstop. It's a lot of work on your vocal cords. Talk straight into the camera for 5 hours straight. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you all for all the super chats, for everybody sticking around. I love you guys. We will be back Friday for sure. Got a couple good episodes. Tomorrow should be the Candace episode. Next day should be the Tim Pool episode. And then we'll be back Friday. Haven't decided what the Friday episode will be on yet, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So thank you all very much. And I'm going to go eat and hit the hay. All right, guys. Catch you on the next one.